So good morning, everybody. Looking forward to a very interesting event today. My name is Donald Morris. I'm with Red Zinc, and I'm going to introduce everybody this morning. And thank you so much for joining. We have a very interesting workshop set up for everybody. We're going to have 3 different parts to the workshop. We're going to have part 1 is telehealth applications addressed by the 5G public-private partnership. Then we'll have a panel discussion with several ambulance and emergency doctors on it, really talking about telehealth solutions for ambulance care. That'll be a panel discussion. And then part 3 will be about the ecosystem, the business models around 5G telehealth. And that's a panel discussion as well, with some people involved in digital transformation on one side and some people involved in the applications and infrastructure on the other side. So the webinar is organized by the 5G Heart Project, which is one of the 5G PPP public-private partnership projects, part of Horizon. It's organized both by the 5G Heart Project and the 5G Tours Project. And the organizations that brought everything together, it's Orange, CHU, REN, it's Red Zinc, it's Bundeslab in the East, it's Telenor, it's BCom, it's AMA, and Philips. And we're delighted to organize everything. Jan and Lilith are my colleagues in the background, and they are managing the Zoom part of it. The way we're going to deal with questions is that you can put questions into the Q&A, and then we'll pick those up during the panel discussions, and then we'll have a wrap up at the end as well. So that's great. So then this morning we've got the first part. We'll go into that right now. We've got 4 parts to it. The first part is Cyril from the European Commission is going to present the 5G PPP, the program, and the aspirations of that program. And then we'll have Alan from the French Economic Ministry, who's going to talk about the imperative for investment in 5G and in health. Then we'll have Sophane from the 5G Tours project, from the healthcare part of that, talk about the applications that they're delivering in the 5G Tours project. And Sophane is with Orange. And then we'll have Per from Telenor, and Per is the leader of the healthcare applications in the 5G Heart project. And then we have a break, and then we'll go into the part 2 and part 3. So I'll pass over to Cyril. Cyril is with the European Commission. And Cyril, if you'd like to go ahead and present. Thanks very much.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Donald. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be the first speaker in this very interesting webinar. We'll share my screen. Hope you can see it and you can hear me well.
Yeah, we can see you and hear you well. Cyril, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So my presentation today will be to give you an overview on why 5G has potential benefit for healthcare and how these benefits might look like. I will also give a quick reminder of our 5G research and innovation framework at EU level. And I will end with a new policy initiative in the future. So as a brief introduction, since many years, technology in medicine is changing the healthcare paradigm. So where medicine is no longer possible without applying technology. In the future, medicine will look like more personalized. So with more specific, it will be more specific to the individual patient. It will be predictive because we can now combine computational power and data to predict how the patient situation will evolve in the near future, which gives us also the opportunity for prevention of the development of a disease. So this approach goes along with a technological change of paradigm, where the patient currently has to go to the health service, for example, towards the hospital. New technologies will allow the health service to come to the patient. So in this context, 5G is a communication technology booster for having a ubiquitous availability of healthcare services and to get an access to affordable healthcare services to be accessible for everybody, anywhere and at any time. Since healthcare, e-health applications do not have the same needs in terms of 5G functionalities. For example, some applications that you find here, and I will not enter into details because it will be done in the future presentations. So some of the applications need a high positioning accuracy, like for assets and interventions management in hospital. For other applications, like in the area of telematic surgery and robotics, we need a low end-to-end latency, less than 30 milliseconds, and even less. For these examples, reliability and resiliency are also key for the safety. Some other family of use cases impose a requirement related to mobility at high speed. So for example, more than 300 kilometers per hour for a high-speed train. Indeed, so we need some device such as sensor, wearable, and implants must be connected and available in such a situation. Finally, coverage and high connection density are also essential for remote monitoring of health and or for smart medication. So more generally, quality of service provisioning will be a must for all 5G business cases. Then we need to distribute the health services. But to do that, we need a faster and more reliable connectivity. This is where 5G can be of potential benefit. So what can 5G bring to us, and in particular to healthcare application? I will go very quickly because most of you know already these aspects that 5G will bring us three key technologies: enhanced mobile broadband, which provide mainly a high data rate, for example, for teleconferencing, or for ultra high definition video broadcast, or for example, cloud-based hospital systems. Then we have ultra reliable low latency communications that is necessary for self-driving vehicles use cases, which is the most well-known, but also in the healthcare domain for remote consultation and diagnosis, or for remote surgery. And we have massive matching type of communication, which mainly covers Internet of Things related use cases for remote monitoring of health or for smart robots and drones. So within our 5G PPP initiatives, where phase one focused, so a little bit of history, but very short. Phase one focused on core technologies, phase two on proof of concepts and components. And the last wave of projects under 5G PPP focused on trials, among which trial platforms and 5G innovation for verticals with third-party services using these platforms. And then smart connectivity beyond 5G. So overall, phase three allows for the creation of a pan-European 5G trial infrastructure with more than 30 nodes. We count 53 projects for EU funding of more than 4 million euros. This is where 5G Health and 5G Hot has been funded. So we are looking to the end of this 5G PPP phase of projects. And this is where also we can have a look at the progress of the 5G action plan, and then its continuation in the new in the new framework. So here I listed the specific goals in the 5G action plan. I will not go towards all of them, but as you see, this is the status, the current status to reach these goals at 2020 was the target for the 5G action plan. So now we have more than we have 25 member states with commercial services, 5G commercial services, cross-border corridors. Many member states have a 5G roadmap. We have the pioneer bands identified and harmonized. This is a good thing. Almost half of the of the 5G pioneer spectrum is assigned, and we have a bit of delay in some of the pioneer bands in towards 26, 28 gigahertz. The Small Cell Implemented Act is adopted, but it's quite limited deployment of new cells. In terms of standards, release 16 is adopted, and work is still needed on vertical capability in release 17. And many trials, more than 200 trials, have been reported in the 5G Observatory. Industry trial strategy with flagship projects, as I mentioned, in 5G PPP phase 3. And I think that we made there was good work done during until 2020, and now we are looking forwards towards beyond 5G and 6G initiative, also at policy level. And I will, so first, before going to our new policy strategy, just a word on the context of COVID-19. So we have seen that digital services have become increasingly critical for several reasons. First, technology sovereignty is at the heart of 5G and later 6G. It has gained even further significance in light of COVID-19. It has questioned also Europe's capacity to set evolving 5G and later 6G standards, and the role of equipment suppliers, which is of strategic importance. To address COVID-19 crisis, we really need good communication networks since they become critical, especially in times of crisis. 5G, 6G for remote healthcare, for remote consultation, as well as a rapid health response to the crisis, for example, for the need of connectivity for tracing apps. And finally, we need an economic recovery through major infrastructure investment programs. So with key instrument for rapid economic recovery and major opportunity for SMEs as part of 5G-based digital ecosystem. So I will present very quickly the digital decade and what is what's the interest in terms of 5G in this new targets. On March 2021, the Commission set out an ambitious European approach to digitalized economy and society, which is presented in the Digital Compass target. The proposed approach takes full account of the increasing strategy importance of the digital transformation, and it paves the way for a comprehensive investment and an agenda. So in this approach, 5G is a key element to reach one of the so-called cardinal points, so the one concerning secure and performance sustainable digital infrastructure that you see on the right. In particular, the Commission proposes to raise the level of EU ambition for 2030 in order to ensure that all European households will be covered by a gigabit network. So with all populated areas covered by 5G, this is also a target for deploying at least 10,000 energy efficient edge nodes by 2030. And in the context of this digital compass communication, the Commission will be reviewing the targets and actions of the 5G action plan. So as you see, with some specific targets of commercial launch of 5G services in at least one major city in all EU countries by 2020, and we had the gigabit society target, and then now we have the digital decade target for 2030. And this will be done with the aim to integrate the new requirements resulting from the digital decade strategy. And the update 5G action plan will have a larger scope to take the new situation into account. The action plan should review the EU target for 5G deployment in order to ensure that they meet the new ambition in terms of quality and performance, also geographical coverage, including to serve vertical use cases like healthcare, as well in terms of requirement for the fixed part as well for the network fiber. Fiber network, sorry, it should include common and EU progress monitoring indicators. New topics will have to be addressed, starting with the facilitation of a new ecosystem to support 5G lead market and verticals, new spectrum requirements, so to anticipate on market trends, and enabling EU strategy autonomy across the world supply chain. We need also to contribution of 5G to green policies, both as a user of energy, but also as an enabler for reducing energy footprint in other sectors. And finally, for creating a European dynamics to better coordinate the deployment of 5G and pave the way to 6G through cooperative research. And we need for that to mobilize investment for infrastructure building, for competition approach to address the market failure, and boosting demand on 5G connectivity through innovation in vertical markets such as telehealth. So what next? For us towards 5G there is a strong competition for industrial leadership worldwide, with beyond 5G, 6G initiatives starting in all regions of the world. So it is important for the EU to gain and to maintain a leading role. So our plans is to launch is still under discussion, and we hope to have the adoption by the end of the year for the 6G smart networks and services, with 900 million budget over 6 years under Horizon Europe, matched by industry, with a focus on synergies and on multiple member state initiatives. I will try to go quickly here on the smart networks and services strategies areas, mainly with new types of applications. So healthcare is part of this by it aims to size the almost trillion euros opportunity in vertical industry. And to also, it will be an opportunity for consolidating the EU lead in the 6G rate for the decade. Also, we need to keep into our mind of societal and sustainable development goals, and to have an approach on the value chain for a comprehensive EU supply side. So our partnership will be a response to the magnitude of these challenges. So I will go very quick here on what we call in our jargon the cluster 4 for serving new policy agenda with digital partnership. So our partnership is to have resilient interconnected protocols, reconfigurable software, extreme networks through interaction, so here are the future, the new frameworks that will be the follow-up of the current one, Horizon Europe, with remaining and new challenges that will be addressed: higher capacities, zero-touch networks, spectrum challenges for terahertz, advanced radio processing, ultra-high security, and ultra-low energy. Opportunities with in smart devices, edge networks, data processing, and new classes of application, Internet of Senses, which might open also some room for healthcare applications, and some vertical in general with new requirements beyond 5G. And we have also the CEP and the CEF for more deployment and capacity building aspects. And this is my last slide, the SNS roadmap. So there is a proposed structure for the work program with different streams. One is stream A is the evolutionary one, follow an evolutionary path towards the development of 6G network. The proposed research topics are selected in such a way to create a complete system, a system view when these are considered all together. Then the stream B is more focused on research for radical technology advancement towards 6G with low TRL technologies, and expect to deliver real-life networks with in a mid or long-term time period. Stream C is SNX experimental infrastructure to be used during the second phase. by the other stream, and stream D are the large-scale SNS trials and pilots. We will explore and demonstrate technologies and advanced application like immersive communication or holographic telepresence, augmented reality, virtual reality, all these kind of applications that may be very useful I'm sure in telehealth vertical. And we can continue the discussion further on with the next presentation. So also advanced service in the vertical domain, like connected mobility, smart transport, and as I say, and e-health. I thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question, you can also write them in the chat, and I give you back the floor. Thank you.
Okay, Cyril, thank you so much. That's a really interesting presentation and much appreciated. And thanks to the European Commission for driving all these initiatives with a massive investment in 5G, some very big investment made by 5G research and development, and particularly in the healthcare. So thank you to do that. And if there's any questions, we can put them in the chat box, and they can be picked up in the next in the panel discussions. So now I'm going to go through now to Adrien Bresson. Adrien is with the French Ministry of the Economy and Finances, and he's really going to talk about telehealth and 5G and support from the French government.
Okay, so hello everybody. Thanks a lot for the invitation to talk to this very interesting workshop. I'm Adrien Bresson from Directorate General for Enterprise at Ministry for the Economy in France, and I'm more particularly in charge of the coordination of a 5G French national strategy, which is a dedicated initiative we launched within French Recovery Plan. I'm going to go deeper in this today. And so the aim of my presentation is to show how this national strategy can strengthen the development of 5G use cases for telehealth, and how specific action of the French government in link for sure of the European initiatives can make the most of the development of 5G use cases. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So our French national strategy on 5G and future telecoms networks was announced on July 6, 2021 by French ministers Agnès Pannier-Runacher and Cédric O. And in terms of context, it is part of the French recovery plan of 100 billion euro announced by President Macron in September 2020. And within this French recovery plan, there were 20 what we call key markets, which were identified. Those markets were identified depending on criteria based on competitiveness and economic potential of the markets, based also on sovereignty criteria. So markets where we do need a sovereign offer, where we have really goals to have strong French actors and European actors to compete in the coming years. And within those criteria, 5G appeared like a really priority market, and so that is why a dedicated strategy was built on it by the beginning of 2021. In order to build the strategy within the French government, we really had an interministerial approach, which means that at Ministry for the Economy, we also worked with, for instance, the Ministry for Research, with National Agency for Security of Informatic Systems. We also worked with, for instance, the Ministry for the Exports. So yeah, we really try to make the most of all the competencies within the government to build a complete roadmap of public policies to strengthen 5G ecosystem. And we also completed a large consultation of the ecosystem, so companies, but also research institutes, academics, territories. So really to try to understand what was the view of the actors on the priorities to strengthen the 5G ecosystem and make the most of 5G in the coming years. And then gathering this with the work we had done within the French government, it gave a public policy roadmap, which with dedicated funding, so which are kind of significant funding, because 480 million euro of public funding will be dedicated to priority projects by the end of 2022. And then public funding will raise up to 735 million euro by 2025. And if we gather this with the private fundings, because most of those support, for instance, in innovation, will be co-funded between the French government and the private companies, we reach a total budget amount of 1.7 billion euro by 2025. So really, the scope of the strategy is how to make the most of 5G and how to strengthen our sovereignty on 5G by 2025. In this perspective, we define 4 priorities within the strategy. The first one is to accelerate demand, which means developing 5G use cases for the benefits of the industry, but also of the territories to make really 5G key enabler for the competitiveness of the economy. The second priority is to accelerate the development of a sovereign telecom equipment offer, an end-to-end offer by 2022 and 2023 to make sure we can make telecom networks with French or European solutions, and especially for private networks. The third priority is to accelerate R&D developments, so to make sure we anticipate beyond 5G evolutions, but also prepare 6G right now, and to make the most of our French R&D ecosystem in this perspective. And then the fourth priority is to make sure we have the right competencies to complete these objectives, and that we'll have the right trainings and competencies available for 5G deployments and also for the development of 5G use cases. In terms of KPIs, we have several of them. The first one is that we will target the creation of 20,000 new jobs by 2025 within this strategy. We will also target a 5G market in France, excluding terminals, of 15 billion euro by 2025. And we will also have a big focus on supporting our French SMEs on the export market, because our objective is by 2025, more than half of their sales be realized at the export markets. Could you move to the next slide, please? Thank you. So to detail a bit what we are doing within our first priority, which is the development of 5G use cases. So within the strategy, we launched a call for projects 1 year ago, in the objective to support 5G experimentation platforms, which are dedicated 5G private networks, where we are gathering telecom equipments, telecom operators, industrials or vertical actors, and also startups and SMEs. So to develop innovative 5G use cases. You can see on the map on the right that during this year, we have already announced support to 15 projects So projects which are located in different French regions and which are also targeting different sectors. There are 9 different sectors targeted, for instance, industry, but also transport, energy, and for sure health, because it is what it's interesting us the most today. And nearly 60 companies are involved in those 15 projects. So maybe a big focus on 2 of those projects which are dedicated to health. The first one you see in the bottom of the map is the project Vertical ESS in Toulouse, led by Alsatis, a French SME. So the project aims at developing 5G connectivity within the Toulouse hospital to make sure we have an indoor connectivity and to use 5G, for instance, for medical material location, or also location of patients with Alzheimer's disease. So this is the kind of use cases we are doing. And we also supported within this strategy the project Engage 5G and Beyond, led by IRT Become, which is the next step of the 5G Towers project, and which has also a dedication to health. So really our goal within those 5G platform is to constitute a network of 5G experimentation platform. So we make sure that we develop within the territories 5G use cases and really have an innovative approach and make the telecom ecosystem and then the health ecosystem working together to develop 5G use cases. In order to do that, we also organized in May 2021 conference dedicated to 5G use cases for public health sector within the Ministry for the Economy. So it was a really open conference where we invited telecom equipment actors, but also actors from health. The REN Hospital, Become, and Nokia were present to talk about 5G Towers project and Engage 5G and Beyond project. And really, it was for us the first step to start making sensibilization on the importance of 5G. And we are also convinced that it is important to show that 5G can be useful for the citizens, so we can have a good acceptance of 5G development. Could you move to the next slide, please? Thank you. So within our strategy, as I told you, our second objective is to develop a 5G equipment offer to make sure we have a sovereign offer all along the value chain of a telecom network. So for this, we have 2 dedicated actions. The first one is a call for projects we launched on February 2021 and which will be opened until June 2022. The goal is to support the development of telecom offers, for instance, on the radio access network, the core network, HCLAD, but also connected terminals and private networks. And we also make sure that those developments are linked to 5G use cases and vertical needs. So for sure, health is identified as one of those sectors. We have also led a dedicated Franco-German initiative with a dedicated call for projects from May 2021 to September 2021, with the aim of developing innovation projects on 5G private networks, making work together French and German companies and research institutes or health actors. We had several proposals for health projects within this call. The results of the call will be probably by the end of 2021. So really, it will also be a key enabler to develop 5G use cases in health sector. Could you move to next slide, please? As I told you, so we have also as our third objective key focus on the development of R&D and to make sure we anticipate evolution of 5G technology. So we have also a dedicated call, which was open in February 2021 and which will be open until June 2022 to support R&D on 5G. We have a priority on projects which will enable the reduction of the environmental impact of telecom equipment, but also cybersecurity, integration of artificial intelligence, or also cloudification. And what is important for us is to understand which development will be necessary to target killer applications in some sectors, like for instance in the health sector. And so this is that is why it is really important for us to make a connection between the research ecosystem and then the health ecosystem, which will be able to identify the applications which will exist in 5G or in 6G in the future. We have also a dedicated roadmap on 6G we are launching, and with an objective to have it ready and effective by 2024. We have also a strong coordination with European initiatives, because we want that French government support be complementary of European supports, like for instance, Smart Network and Services initiative. So we are really attentive to that. And we have also last subject we are really attentive to. It's the development of an ambitious strategy on intellectual property, because we do think that we wouldn't have a good and strong 5G ecosystem within a strong focus on intellectual property, and to be able to protect our property and make sure it's in the end profits to French and European actors. So we really want to target this problematic. Can you move to next slide, please? Thank you. So yeah, as a conclusion, as I told you, we have various initiatives to support 5G and telehealth within our national strategy. Really, what is key for us is to be able to coordinate in the most effective way all these initiatives in order to have a current approach and growth. So we will for sure continue discussion among 5G technological providers. And also we want to have a continued feedback among technological providers and health professionals, and a continued exchange among experimental platforms, proposing use cases in telehealth to make sure we have the development of 5G use cases. So thanks a lot for the invitation, and don't hesitate to ask questions in the chat. Yeah.
Adrian, there's just one question in the chat. Is the French ministry supporting the rollout or just the applications? So are actually supporting the rollout in the infrastructure or just the applications?
Okay, so what we are supporting because of European state aids policies, it's the innovation part of the project. So which means that we will support whether the development of new equipment or new use cases, which which requires R&D programs. And then for the development, it is not part right now of the support we are doing, and it is more within the the networking actions and within the sensibilization of verticals we are doing, that we hope it will spread, but we don't have a specific funding to just deploy on the shelf solutions.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, thanks very much for the very interesting presentation. If there's any more questions, just pop them in the chat box, and we'll pick them up during the panel. So, Adrian, I really appreciate you presenting the plan, and it's very interesting that you're trying to target to, I think it was 20,000 jobs that you want to create as a result of the investment. So that's a very bold objective, and I wish you success in doing it in France, and really good luck to that. So thank you. So we'll move on now to the presentation from the 5G Tours project from Sofiane. So Sofiane is with the Orange, and he is involved in the 5G Tours project, and he's looking after several use cases in the e-health sector, and I'm really looking forward to hearing about all of those. I know some of them, but I want to see looking forward to a really rich presentation. So I know you're doing lots of magic things. So please go ahead and tell us all about the excitement you have there. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for having me. And what I wanted to say is that it's not me doing the magic. It's everyone involved in the 5G Tours project. It is my pleasure today to present to you just a little bit of what we are doing in the 5G Tours project, which is, I would say, a concrete example of what the help from the European Commission and also the countries that has been just explained by Cedric and Adrien is doing actually on the field. So I'm not alone in this task. I am working on 5G Tours with a lot of very smart people from all of the partners that you can see above in what is called Safe City. So it is a set of connected and remote healthcare use cases enhanced by 5G. So the focus here is really on healthcare and how 5G can enable such use cases and how it would make them more efficient, better, more performant. We will see all that. So again, my name is Sofiane Madali. I am from Orange, and here is what I want to say today. So 5G Tours stands for 5G Smart Mobility. It is focused on tourism and citizens, on tourists and citizens. And in there you have three families of use cases focused on three different cities in Europe. So the first one, Mobility Efficient City, is the one where we are focusing on improving the airport logistics in Athens. This involves a set of partners focused around the area of Athens in Greece. Touristic City is a set of use cases focused on innovative museum visits, education in the city of Turin, with all the actors that are involved there. And of course, what I'm going to focus on today is the Safe City set of use cases where we try to enhance the healthcare for patients in the city of Rennes in France. So in Safe City, what we try to do is to leverage the use of 5G in the interest of improving healthcare. So what does that mean? It means that we are going to try and focus the definition of 4 use cases around the new features of 5G, meaning slicing, ultra low latency and high reliability of communications, massive machine type communications. All these new features that didn't exist in 4G, we are trying to find how to best use them in the healthcare industry. So in order to demonstrate that, the city of Rennes has been chosen as a pilot for this use cases, and it focused the efforts of all the partners of this in this endeavor. So the use cases that you are going to see today are remote health monitoring and emergency situation notification. In this first use case, what you are going to see is how we are going to deploy a set of machine type communication capable devices and coordinate them in order to respond to situations where the health of the patient, where the timing is of essence. And so in order to complete that use case, the last one, the optimal ambulance routing, is linked to that, to the first one. So we are kind of telling a complete story here, where first we are going to pick up a tourist who is in need of urgent healthcare, detecting that with the first use case and helping with the optimal ambulance routing to guide him or her to the hospital. And so in order to do that, what we need is the second use case, which is teleguidance for diagnostics and intervention support focused on emergency care, of which the objective is to prepare the entrance of the patient into the hospital. So to prepare, in fact, the triage operation before entering the emergency care. And so, in the end, the wireless operating room is going to tie the knot here and say, well, now that we have this patient who we picked up at the most optimal time, with the data that help us to determine the situation, guided him to the hospital, and then doing the initial intervention, now we are going to proceed to the actual operation that is needed in his or her situation. So a set of use cases that are all going to help this tourist enter the hospital in an optimal, let's say, situation and care with the help of 5G. So when you try and apply the first use case to the field, what are you going to focus on? The focus here is on trying to diagnose and prevent dangerous situations. So if you have somebody who is unfortunately suffering from cardiovascular diseases, hypertension, diabetes, you know that you know that a dangerous situation might happen at any time, and so this use case focus is on handling these kind of situations and preventing them in advance if possible. And so our partner in this endeavor is Wings. They provided a platform called Starlit. Starlit stands for Solutions for Digital Health and Wellness based on Artificial Intelligence and IoT. Quite a mouthful. What does it mean? It means that they create a set of devices, create and integrate other ones from the shelf in the interest of detecting such diseases and alerting the patients in the interest of having a reliable report to practitioners before any kind of harm happens to the patient. And so in order to do that, Starlit platform is composed of several technical components. On the right-hand side, you can see the backend of the application, where a set of applications written in Java and other backend languages leverage the cloud ability of the platform in order to execute the necessary actions in terms of analytics, notifications, and all that to alert the practitioners at the appropriate time when a dangerous situation might arise. And so this is in the backend. So what happens on the field? What happens on the field is that we have a set of connected devices. Some of them cost off the shelf. You can find them in maybe even you are wearing them right now, such as the smartwatches. If you have an oximeter at home, that is something that could be used in such a use case. Wings have also created their own set of devices that are right now in the context of 5G tours, a proof of concept device, but might be commercialized later on if, of course, the tests such as they are today prove to be successful. All of this data is hubbed and connected and sent to the cloud, where it's going to be processed by this backend, very reactive backend, in order to generate the alerts if needed. I wanted to focus here on one very interesting functionality that I don't usually see mentioned when I see such presentations and webinars. The geofencing. The geofencing is something that myself I learned during this project. I didn't know that such a thing could exist. Of course, you know that some patients, unfortunately, maybe having Alzheimer's disease or something similar, might wander and get lost, unfortunately, if they're not detected and taken care of appropriately. And so geofencing is a functionality of the platform that allows you, as you take care of somebody who has such a problem, to define a perimeter where he or she can wander freely without intervention. And if the person goes beyond that perimeter, then maybe something is wrong, unless he is, of course, accompanied by the appropriate people. But if he's going alone there, maybe it's something that we need to be alerted about. And so geofencing is this, and it is implemented on the Starlit platform. And this is, I find, something very interesting because it takes advantage from the reactivity of 5G in the sense that such a situation could be detected and handled very quickly. And thanks to other data, the report that's going to be sent later on about this situation will be, of course, more detailed. So geofencing. Another use case, which is teleguidance for diagnostics and support and medical support. The goal here is to develop a profound understanding of how 5G can be used to improve emergency care. So in this situation, what we are interested in is how we are going to take the patient on the field, on the ground, and help practitioners that might be in the regulation room in the hospital triage the situation, understand the situation of the patient before getting into the emergency care in the hospital. And so in order to do that, when doing that, what we are going to do is to try and improve the outcome of the patient, of course, and handle the situation as best as we can, reduce the workload on the practitioners themselves, because knowing the situation before entering the hospital with a certain percentage of confidence is really of essence here. And so, of course, reduce the overall costs, because taking care of a patient before entering the hospital is, of course, much more interesting in terms of cost. Having less people focused in the emergency on triaging the situation will help giving the actual care that patients need. So this is how this use case was thought initially. What I wanted to say about this use case is, in terms of maturity, we are at the level where we are doing trials, actual trials. The person you see here is responsible for the emergency department in the Rennes Hospital, and so this person right here is demonstrating to us on a phantom device how you can actually perform such a care with somebody who is inside the hospital, of course, here in a demonstration room inside Beacom's premises, the building that you see on the right-hand side here. And so thanks to the ambulance that is on the ground here, connected to 5G, using millimeter wave frequency, we are capable of having somebody, a practitioner on the field inside the ambulance, with a set of connected devices right here that you see on the bottom left, on the bottom right, sorry. In addition to that, you can add such as innovative devices as the one provided by IMA here with augmented reality and assisted reality, where you are going to see the patient with added data to the situation, and also thanks to the guidance of this connected ultrasound device that the practitioner is using on, that the medic here is using on the Phantom device, he can be guided into the right movements, the right zones where he can detect the actual harm and help to diagnose better the situation. This use case that has been demonstrated here has brought into the same location all the partners of the project: Nokia for the antennas, Picom for the building, and of course the core network in the 5G infrastructure, the IMA applications for augmented reality, the hospital practitioners. You can see Nelly here on the left-hand side, and of course Dr. Shefawi on the top left. So. And of course, frequencies and support of Orange on all the operations. So all of this, in order to perform such a use case that has been demonstrated, a video should come soon. So I really encourage you to know to see this use case that is really representative of what we can do when 5G is used to the right ends, I would say. Wireless operating room. So this is something that has also required a lot of innovation and a lot of work from the partners in the project in order to demonstrate the impact of 5G inside the operating room. So in here, what you will see is the final stage of the patient care. So we take the patient. We understand the situation that he's in need of urgent care. We diagnose that, we triage the situation and go to the hospital. Now he is in need of urgent care, a procedure that should follow this accident. So what will happen if the operating room is used with 5G enabled technology? So we can do a lot. We can transfer the imagery without delay, without compression, advanced 3D imagery, for example, augmented reality guidance in order to see where we are going to intervene inside the body of the patient. So if the patient has already been followed by another doctor in another country, for our example, in our scenario, this tourist came from Italy. Unfortunately, he has a problem. He needs an urgent care. He has a doctor, a cardiologist who is actually familiar with his situation in Italy and wants to interact with the surgeon or the cardiologist in Rennes. So if we want to put all that together, this wireless operating room is what we have imagined. And so in order to train also the next generation of surgeons and cardiologists, what we need to do is what we do in this situation actually is to transfer the imagery of the procedure that is going live right now. We retransmit that to the student theater room where they are going to observe the movements done by the cardiologists and they're going to learn from that. So all of this is enabled by 5G. There is also another very interesting device, and again, I'm learning a lot on this project, DCOM RTV, which is a standard I was not familiar with before starting the project, which is something that handles video over IP when you need to apply extra metadata to it. So, for example, if you have the transfer of a situation and you wanted the patient to be filmed and the imagery to be transferred somewhere else with another caretaker that's going to handle the situation, for example, abroad, then the patient information is necessary and the device in use, the tool's position, all that needs to be transferred. DCOM RTV is the protocol for that. And so it allows for things like compression, if you think that the network quality is not going to be homogeneous along the transfer, all that. So if you do that, you need a DCOMAR TV, on two locations as a transmitter and receiver. This use case, of course, requires the installation of a radio antenna inside an operating room, and that might be critical. That might be critical because people are going to waive, of course, and rightfully so, of course, don't mistake me, are going to waive the health and safety issues that might be tied to that. So in order to ensure that the installation of such an antenna is safe to the people around in the room, Nokia has performed a suite of a testing campaign where also called upon independent agencies in order to verify that the results are of course what are claimed. So this organization has allowed us to guarantee that in this area right here where the phantom that was acquired by the hospital and become specifically to this situation to demonstrate this use case, where it is placed with the cardiologists and surgeons on top of the patient, the effective patient here, it is safe to them. So in order to place the antenna here, it triggered a lot of work by several independent agencies just to provide this label that this kind of deployment is safe. So you can see just how important this kind of labeling is in terms of engineering work. So of course, being an engineer myself, so I'm going to focus on the numbers, on the performance, what kind of use case it allows to us in terms of business, what are the opportunities. But in terms of installation, you cannot do something on top of your mind, of course, and you have to respect a set of legal safety and health regulations. So our answer to this challenge was to thoroughly study this. And in fact, it was Nokia's job to do that. They did. And they also called upon independent agency, of which the name I don't have right now, but you can ask offline, in order to check that. So all of this in the essence is the essence of such very critical work. So not just technological challenge, but also health and regulation one. Last one, which is tied to the first use case, just to tie the knot before ending and giving it back to Donald, is how the resources from the city need to be optimized in order to transfer the patient from the ground where he has his accident to the hospital. So in order to do that, in order to embark, if I may say, the patient into this journey from the field to the hospital, we needed to connect the Starlit platform. In fact, Wings has demonstrated that with a decision algorithm that took into account all the factors from the field to optimize the patient journey to the hospital. And so this is the last use case that is also powered by 5G. As a conclusion, I would like to thank everyone involved in this project, because thanks to this very rich and efficient collaboration, we were able to demonstrate a lot of 5G-enabled healthcare-related use cases. And thanks to the involvement of healthcare staff, I would like to thank them here, and the doctors from the Hospital of Rennes, we were able to have a very short feedback loop that benefited the use cases. And I still remember the very rare occasions where we could all meet in this period of time, and where the doctors were actually using the devices and giving their feedback straight to the manufacturer in the same room, sitting in the same on opposite sides of the same table. And so the four scenarios that I shown today is in an advanced implementation stage with demos and trials that are planned. And so we hope we conduct them before the end of the 5G Tours project by June 2022. And so thank you again for having me, and thank you for being attentive to what I have to say today. Giving it back to you, Donald.
Oh, Sofiane, thank you very much. Very
Welcome.
interesting presentation. And like you said, lots of magic from the team in your project. And I know it's everybody involved at different levels. So yes, you've got some really good things happening there. There was one or two questions came in, one about
Sure.
GDPR and stuff. So we might take that up in the third panel. Thank you. So now I'll pass on to Per. So Per is with Telenor, and Per is involved in the 5G Heart project. I work closely with Per every week anyway. We're always talking, and we're running several use cases in partnership with Telenor and others, and there's lots of different use cases that Per is going to talk about now. So Per, over to you, and looking forward to hearing well, I know a lot of them, but looking forward to see you present the project and the use case. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Donald, for the introduction. I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, it's fine now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everyone. Yes, as Donald said, I'm Per Lene from Telenor Research. Telenor is a major mobile operator in Norway, and as a partner in the 5G Heart project, we lead the project trials on the e-health. So I'm going to present our ongoing experiments in this domain. So first of all, just to enlighten you on the 5G Heart project, this, as you know, is a project funded by the EU Horizon 2020 program in the phase 3 of the 5G PPP. We started in June 2019. We will continue until November 2022. And we do address actually 3 different verticals. It's health, it's transport, and aquaculture. Now, all these verticals are hugely important in Europe in terms of jobs, size, and export trade. Moreover, they are vital from a social perspective for better patient outcomes, safer transportation, and safer and more sustainable food production. So 5G is important for all these verticals in terms of improvement for utility, efficient processes, safety, among others. Now, the 5G Heart has 22 partners across Europe, and you can see the logos of them here. So going directly to the healthcare business. So which problem do we want to solve? When we started the work to define our use cases, it was very important for us to understand the problem seen from the end users in the healthcare business. So we have worked very closely with clinical personnel to identify the obvious pain points. We show some of them here, like insufficient access to healthcare, suboptimal care delivery, insufficient training and teaching, decision support, cost of staying in care facilities, expensive screening methods, to mention a few. So today I'm going to give an overview of our work, including which facilities and locations we use in our experiments before I go into each use case. We have chosen 3 main use cases, which we have further divided into sub-cases and clinical scenarios. And one common vision for all these are the creation of a hospital without walls, making advanced healthcare available anywhere and anytime. Our first use case called remote interventional support, where we address the use of remote assisted or controlled ultrasound, advanced video, and augmented reality in different clinical situations. Further, we will do experiments with wireless capsule endoscopy and connect this to the 5G network to enable automatic polyp detection. Our third case is the use of vital sign patches to enable remote monitoring of vital body functions for patients with life-critical diagnosis, post-treatment conditions, etc. In this case, a prototype patch will be developed as well as advanced localization methods, so patients can be accurately localized in the event of an alarm condition. It also includes a scenario on the use of remote health monitoring for aquaculture workers. So we have our experiments taking place in several locations as shown on this map. We are doing experiments in Norway, Finland, the Netherlands, France, and Greece. We also utilize several of the platforms. The two ICT17 platforms, 5G Winnie and 5G Eve, and we have two national test beds also being used. So let me go into the different use cases more closely, which we are pursuing in the 5G Heart project. First, in Finland, our partner VTT is setting up a trial for testing near real-time remote education. As part of this study, end-to-end latency has been tested compared with 4G and wired LAN. 5G latency in this case has been measured down to 7 milliseconds in the downlink. However, the total user experience latency has been below 150 milliseconds. But this shows that application latency is, in this case, dominating and might be actually the limiting factor of this type of applications. Second, we have a teleguided ultrasound experiment, which Philips is doing together with the Oslo University Hospital. And they test out how an expert cardiologist can guide the remote examination. The expert can be located in the central hospital or even be on call somewhere else while guiding the examination in a local medical center or a smaller hospital. The potential situation is shown in the left map, which we have, for example, the local patient or situated in a remote area of Norway in the north, while we have the expert actually being on call somewhere, not directly at this hospital, but he could be on call in his free time, and he can be able to guide the local medical center or a smaller hospital. In the right side, we show that we have done these experiments this spring, demoed that, and we did that in the same location to test the feasibility. We have also a more advanced and complicated setup for remote ultrasound, and that is when the expert is able to directly control and place the ultrasound probe attached to a robot. This setup puts very high requirements on latency, reliability, and throughput. We are going to transmit multiple video streams as well as the control signals and feedback to and from the robot using a haptic device. We are now in the phase of optimizing the robot setup, and next will be to connect it to the 5G testbed. Equipping paramedics and rescue workers with wearable video clearly helps healthcare professionals in providing quicker and better emergency treatment. Our project partner RedSync has been testing this with the ambulance personnel in the Netherlands and in Norway, together with TNO and Telenor. The paramedics have provided very valuable feedback on the headcam design, the video and network quality, and how to include this in their procedures. And so far, we have realized that ubiquitous coverage is a bottleneck, and that 4G is not sufficient to obtain the high resolution and stable video quality that we would like to see. Then we have the case of the pill camera. In this case, the Oslo University Hospital is actually designing and testing a pill camera which can replace the use of colonoscopy for colon cancer screening. The pill is sending videos directly using a backscatter communication technology to a modem which the patient wears. If you connect this modem to the 5G network, we plan to transmit this video in real time to a cloud server where the video can be analyzed using artificial intelligence. If the AI-based detection spots an anomaly, a feedback signal will be sent to the pill to perform a closer inspection by increasing the video frame rate and light up the suspected area. It's quite obvious that this case requires extremely low latency to succeed. We believe that this case can save a lot of money and hassle for both patients, for the healthcare and the patients. In the final use cases, Philips is developing a vital sign patch, which can be directly connected via 5G machine type communications to send body signs directly to a hospital cloud. This patch can, for example, measure heart rate, body temperature, respiration. If the hospital can monitor these values remotely, post-surgery patients can be submitted earlier, and frail elderly patients can stay longer home and be safeguarded if their conditions are changing. One important KPI for this case is the current and energy consumption of the patch. Currently, Philips is investigating different protocol options. And it also, their tests so far also shows that the importance of good coverage to preserve the battery capacity, as we can see in the graph. To add value to this, to the vital sign patches, our partner CEA is investigating localization technologies in Grenoble. If you detect an anomaly, the paramedics will be sent out to help, but then being able to position the patient is of vital importance. And therefore, we are studying and testing the multi-frequency phase difference of arrival principle, which creates a virtual bandwidth expansion in order to provide higher accuracy in the positioning of a narrowband system, which can be included in the future 3GPP release. Finally, as part of the sensoring approach, we are also investigating the application of sensors to monitor remote workers or vulnerable people in remote areas. This is done together with an aquaculture scenario in Greece and is investigated by Wings, our partner Wings. Different wearable devices will be used to measure and submit essential health data to the cloud, and action can be taken if an emergency event is happening. To summarize, all the 5G heart use cases are pursuing the vision of a hospital without walls. We have been working directly with the healthcare professionals to understand the real needs of the sector. Please find more information and links on the 5G heart website. So that was what I was presenting. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Per. It's really great to see all of those use cases coming together, and those use cases and the use cases from the previous presentation gives a really rich set of opportunities, I think, for people to bring those into the market and make them operational over the next couple of years. There's a lot of rich set of use cases in 5G Heart project for healthcare, and a rich set of use cases in the 5G Tours project for healthcare. I think as they, evolve into, these are in pilots now, but as they evolve towards practical solutions in the marketplace, this will be a benefit to society in terms of, I suppose, accelerating patient treatment and reducing operational costs for healthcare services and making the healthcare services more efficient. So thank you very much for the presentation, and we're going to take a 15-minute coffee break now. So please go and make yourself some tea or some coffee, and we're going to continue with the next panel in 15 minutes. So we'll have a panel of several experts who are involved in ambulance services, emergency services, and we're really going to talk about the connected ambulance use case. So come back in 15 minutes and we'll see you then. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Terry O'Callaghan and I am the product leader in RedZync. I'm excited to share with you one of our products which is successfully improving real-time communication across the healthcare industry. Harnessing advancements in technology and recognizing the emphasis of using video as a primary means of communication, we have developed a wearable device that allows for instant communication and solve some of the challenges present in the healthcare sector. That device is Blue Eye hands-free. Blue Eye Hands-Free is a lightweight device that a user can wear on their head like a pair of glasses. A 2-megapixel camera with a wide-angle lens is comfortably mounted at eye height and gives viewers a distinct perspective while providing a first-person point of view, creating a unique viewing experience. The camera is specially designed to be lightweight, rotatable, and work on Wi-Fi as well as mobile networks. This device has many real-world applications, but where we think it shines is in a classroom setting. We realize some of the struggles that healthcare professionals face, such as outdated communication methods and a busy environment. We also recognize the importance of effective communication and teaching. Blue Eye Hands-Free is an easy-to-use and practical device. It enables the instructor to demonstrate proper procedures and best practice to a virtual classroom of up to 20 students who can watch remotely in real time, with each student having the best view possible. This ability to perform remote medical training allows for a truly immersive and interactive experience, allowing students to watch, learn, and communicate with instructors as if they were in the classroom. This technology is powered by RedZinc's award-winning video platform and network, ensuring a safe and secure experience of the highest quality for users. We believe that this device can revolutionize communication, training, teaching, and much more in the healthcare industry and beyond. To learn more about Blue Eye Hands-Free, visit our website and get in touch.
Connecté dans le domaine qui nous concerne et surtout de pouvoir connecter, le terme est bien choisi, le médecin à l'intérieur de l'hôpital aux infirmiers qui sont en extra-hospitalier pour pouvoir conseiller toute une série de modifications dans les prises en charge. Autrement dit, ce que je remarque depuis l'utilisation d'Expertise, c'est qu'il y a une meilleure communication et une meilleure précision des gestes recommandés par le médecin pour l'infirmier.
L'idée, c'est de pouvoir apporter l'expertise médicale sur le terrain quand elle n'est pas sur place. Le choix s'est porté sur des lunettes connectées pour pouvoir permettre la possibilité d'avoir les mains libres sur place, sur le terrain. Pour le SAMU de Nantes, ça nous permet de mieux comprendre les différentes situations pour lesquelles on nous appelle, d'optimiser donc la réponse que l'on apporte et de guider des gestes et de voir leur bonne mise en application.
Donc j'ai vu là, je viens de faire une photo là en fait du bras là, c'est vachement bien déformé. Hein. Il n'y a que ça comme lésion.
Un petit choc au niveau de la joue, la gauche.
D'accord, je vois, là je la vois. Hein. C'est ouais, l'humérus qui est bien monflé. Hein. Ok. Elle est très douloureuse la dame là.
Elle est douloureuse, elle est pas sous anticoagulant.
Ouais, du coup je vais t'envoyer quelqu'un pour la dentalgie, vous n'allez pas pouvoir la bouger là je pense.
So thanks everyone for joining us for this second session this morning for the panel discussion. I'm delighted to be here. Mohammed Hamza is my name. I'm an emergency doctor in CUH. So I'll just put up a slide with the topics for discussion for this panel, and then I'll go ahead and introduce our wonderful panelists. So we've got Professor Joe Kramer Johansson joining us from Oslo. He's an emergency doctor with the Oslo Ambulance Service, as senior consultant in anesthesiology and pre-hospital emergency medicine at Oslo University Hospital, and sits on the Norwegian National Advisory Unit on pre-hospital emergency medicine. So great to have you with us. We've got Dave Evans, who's a very experienced paramedic and works with Philips in product marketing. And he's got a demonstrated history of working in the pre-hospital and healthcare industry, and highly skilled in medical devices, sales operations management, and product development. He's got kind of strong healthcare services profession kind of experience, and he's studying for an MSc in emergency and resuscitation medicine. It's great to have you with us, Dave. So we've got Professor Erwan Donal, who's Professor of Cardiology and the head of the Echocardiography Lab at the University Hospital of Rennes, and has sat on numerous committees on for the European Association of Cardiovascular Imaging, and including being the current chair of the Scientific Documents Committee. Great to have you with us. We've got Dr. Marie-Pauline Rukens, who's an emergency doctor from the Netherlands, currently working with ambulance Zorgen Groningen, or have you just moved on from there, Marie-Pauline?
Yeah, I just switched jobs 2 weeks
Very
ago.
good.
I'm now the Chief Medical Officer at the Witte Kruis Ambulance Zorg, which is a huge national coverage, but my focus area is the area of Zeeland. Which is the coastal area close to the border to Belgium, where we also transport a lot of patients to Ghent, where my co-panelist is working. So looking very much forward to meeting him also.
That's great. And I saw that your list of interests go between intensive care, emergency, pre-hospital, area management, education, and innovation. A lot of things that are very close to my heart. So looking forward to hearing more from you.
Okay, thank you so much.
And last but not least is Professor Said Hashimi Idrisi, who's an emergency doctor at Ghent Hospital and Professor of Emergency Medicine and Pediatric Critical Care at the University of Ghent. So welcome on board, everyone. It's great to have this fantastic panel here to discuss these very important topics. So we might get started with the first topic for discussion. So connecting people in ambulances to remote medical experts. So I suppose I might start with you, Professor Donal. If you wouldn't mind telling us, kind of, I suppose, what your experience of this is.
Thank you for this invitation to start the discussion. Actually, so that's true that it's an important topic for us as cardiologists. We see a lot of patients in emergency. Patients are sent to us thanks to the ambulances that are connected, and it's a way for us to get the EKG, of course. Mm-hmm. But my interest is also in imaging, and the fact that we could get the ultrasound images from the patients before that he come to the hospital could be a way to improve the way we will take care of him. We can start the treatments much before that the arrival to the hospital. So I think it's a way to improve the way we take care of our patient. We improve the speediness of the management, and getting the EKG, getting the images, getting the ultrasound images. All these things are, I think, the good way to go.
Absolutely, yeah. Said, I might ask you to come in on the same question as well. So what's been your experience of connecting kind of people in ambulances to remote medical experts?
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Do you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you very much for having me first. And I think that the first experience that we had with the telemedicine that has started, I think, almost 10 years ago when we start getting people having stroke. As you know, that people having stroke need to be treated within the 4 to 4:30 minutes after the onset of the clot and the brain in order to resolve that. And we know that most of the patients coming into the hospital somehow come in some little bit late, and we have almost 4 hours, 30 minutes in order to resolve that issue. And I remember we had some kind of spin-off by using telemedicine, and we had some kind of camera that has been installed on the ambulances. And as soon as we get the patient in the ambulance, we have automatically by pushing a button, we would be able to trigger a neurologist at remote place. And that neurologist would be able to talk to the patient of some clinical investigation, whether that he look at his faces, if there is some kind of asymmetry, to look at the power of the both legs and so on. And according to these findings, he decided whether the patient go to more suitable hospital, which was having some kind of stroke unit, of even they might need having some kind of thrombectomy. And that make that it reduced the time from the what we previously called from the door to the needle, meaning that the patient come into the hospital at one certain time, and the time that the needle was inserted and was provided having some kind of drugs, most often what we are calling actilysis, in order to resolve the clot. But that means that by using that kind of devices, that somehow it changed the paradigm in a way that instead of talking about from the door to the needle, the door meaning the door of the hospital, that will be from getting to the hospital, getting to the ambulances, and that somehow would reduce the time. And we know that for each minute delay in treating those patients, we are losing somehow 1.9 million neurons. That's huge. By reducing the time for 1 minute, that means that we will have more and more neurons that will be resuscitated, if I may say, and that means that is very important issue. That is one of the most important things that what we use in that. And I just listened to the previous speaker, what was talking about the use of cardiology. I mean that that's something that has been done several times, several years ago, by sending the ECG to the cardiologist and having an idea what that kind of ECG, whether that he needs to go to the cath lab or not. Mm-hmm. And that make quite easy to reduce the time, and secondly, having some more experts from remote area looking at the ECG, looking at the patient when we are dealing with the neurological issue. And that's something that we had some kind of experience for almost the last decade, or something like that.
Yeah.
If I may, it's a question of rapidity, of course, but also of quality, because we improve the quality because we have the experts seeing the issue very rapidly at the very beginning, so we can make sure that we do the good diagnosis. We can escape, for instance, an aortic dissection from a myocardial infarction. So it's a way to improve the quality of care, not only the speedness.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I agree completely with you, and I think that it just highlights the fact when I'm calling the expertise. When I'm focusing on expertise, I'm talking about the expert in their field, and that is somehow increasing the quality of making the diagnosis and right diagnosis. And I agree with you, that's something quite important that should be emphasized together with the issue of rapidity as well.
Definitely. I think, Joe, you wanted to come in on that. Just before you do, I might just remind everyone, all the attendees, that you can feel free to use the Q&A function if you have any questions for the panelists. So work away. Yeah, come in on that there, Joe.
Thank you for inviting me, and hello to everyone. And just off duty on the ambulance tonight, so if I become silly or incoherent, you understand the reason. I think this is one of the most important questions on how to use telecommunication. Is it actually to increase care, or is it to decrease care? And those are two quite different applications. Mm-hmm. And we have seen for 20 years, there has been a possibility to electronically transfer 12-lead ECG to the cardiologist to help decision-making on where to transfer our patients with chest pain. And this has worked quite well. But when I talk to cardiologists at my hospital, they say, oh, we get all these ECGs, and they just flow in. And it takes actually at least one of my medical doctors per year, one full year, to respond to all these ECGs. And most of them are not even positive. They cannot be treated with a angiography. And they so this has told me something about the availability and interest of the medical expert. Are they really there? Are they really ready to actually have that kind of interest in all this communication that comes from our ambulances? Mm. And do they know why they would take that call, and what responsibility they will take for the further care of the patients? And from a medical legal point of view, I think that is one thing that has to be settled before we can actually implement this in a larger scale. It's good as long as we are enthusiasts, willing and able to take calls. But when we implement this in a normal functioning system, we have to also have a system that works with non-enthusiasts. Yeah. And let and sort of the slow responders,
Yeah.
and have to find a way that they will find this acceptable.
Absolutely.
My experience is that medical experts in hospital are usually quite busy doing their medical expert things in hospital, taking care of the patients that are already there. So, so this is truly a disruptive idea, and it has to be taken care of in a system approach, I think, where 5G and telemedicine is just one tiny slice of that development.
Yeah, no, I think that that cultural sort of inertia that you're describing is definitely, you know, you find it everywhere in healthcare, and even if something, you know, intuitively feels like in the long run it'll save people time and effort, it's just getting the ball rolling and getting people on board on your side is always a challenge. I suppose just moving on to the next question in terms of and we'll come back to kind of some of those legal sort of obstacles to implementation that you'd alluded to a little bit later on, but in terms of connecting and networking the ambulance equipment, Marie-Pauline, I might ask you about this. So how do you see this featuring, and have you any kind of real life examples of this from your work?
Yes, I had the pleasure to work with Retsing, TNO and Philips on the Dutch part of the 5G project in the 5G Heart project in Groningen. Where we did actually not yet the patient, real patient trials, but the technical use cases where we used Lotus victims, so-called. These are actors playing patients with realistic makeup, and paramedics from Ambulancezorg Groningen, and we try to interface our monitoring device, the POCUS, the on-site ultrasound, and the visual input from the smart glasses. And although it really is very promising in the future and hopefully the near future, we did see some technical challenges. And first of this is interfacing all the technical devices into one screen, which should make it easily accessible for the doctor or expert on the receiving end. And on the field end, we saw that handling all the equipment like glasses, the telecom device, the POCUS device, was really challenging for the paramedic. And that's something we call in medical education, or education in general, it's called the cognitive load theory. And maybe you are familiar with it, but handling the case in itself, that's intrinsic cognitive load, which is actually consuming all of your working memory, which is really not so very large in humans. But adding more technical equipment to it and distraction of equipment that isn't functioning is really negatively influencing patient care on that very moment, and which is in this setting is obviously not very disturbing because it's a fake patient, but you can imagine how it will be in the field. So I really do agree a lot with my Norwegian colleague that it should be foolproof and dummy-proof tested, because we also have paramedics in the field from all age groups and education levels, and handling technical equipment is very challenging according to which group you belong to. And as being on the wrong side of the 50, I'm having some digital fears myself also. So I can imagine that my staff in the field also think it's challenging to handle all the things at the same time. So that's really an issue that should be resolved before we go testing on real patients. But I really do, I'm a real great believer of 5G and all the possibilities it will give us. Also for remote areas and care we can give there in increasing or decreasing.
Absolutely. No, I think you bring in the cognitive load theory is very relevant there, because it's something that if you work predominantly in hospital, you don't consider the extrinsic cognitive load that's placed on pre-hospital staff is huge if you're not used to that environment. But yeah, anything we can do to kind of decrease that is would be very helpful. Dave, I might bring you in on that as well. I suppose from your experience, kind of working pre-hospital, how have you kind of seen I suppose all the different networking integrations work?
Well, first off, thank you for the invite to join the panel. It's I feel quite honoured to be part of the panel. There's a lot of experience here, and the speakers earlier were excellent. I think first off, the biggest question is technology has evolved so much over the last 25 years. We've gone from the dial-up modems where you heard it squawk and moan, where we all had AOL accounts and you watched the emails slowly come into your inbox, to now where it's almost becoming, I've arrived at my cardiac arrest or my trauma patient, let me just check in on Facebook and Twitter to let everyone know that I've actually arrived on scene. And also, technology is advanced, but there's a lot of customers out there that have gone, we've tried telemetry, it didn't work, the 12 lead didn't go to the hospital, so we've trained all our paramedics to read an ECG, and therefore we don't need to do telemetry. So, you know, you get this historical view that telemetry doesn't work. And then we've got faster networks with you know, the transition from 3G to 4G and now 5G as it arrives, which allows us to do more and to be able to send larger data and video to remote locations. I do think that just because we can do something, should we do it? Because you can push something to the hospital, but if there's no one there to receive it, what difference did it make? And therefore, we're in this chicken or the egg scenario where you need the care system in place to be able to receive the data and to have people that are trained to work in that telemedicine environment. And you need a reliable communication network that works all of the time rather than fragmented. Mm-hmm. So I think when you ask what's my experience, I think my experience to date has been that systems are very fragmented around the world, mm-hmm. Ranging from it arrives on a fax machine to it arrives in my email or on a computer, and then people not knowing who's seen what data's there. Yeah. And also the big, you know, at the moment we're talking about acute problems. We're talking about the time critical. We're doing very well now in STEMI patients. We're doing very well in stroke. Sepsis we're getting better at, and trauma we're starting to do well in. But we've also got the chronic patients, the COPD, the patients with palliative care, long-term problems, where as a paramedic, when I arrive on scene, I don't know that patient. They're looking for help, but not necessary to go to the hospital. Mm-hmm. And that's really where telemedicine and remote health can really make the biggest difference today. Yeah. Because otherwise, I end up playing a game of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. You don't want me guessing how to treat you, and therefore I can either go 50-50 or phone a friend. Yeah. And what we do is we take you to hospital, and the first thing that happens is you find that the patient has a care plan that wasn't disclosed, which is to manage them at home. So that's kind of how do we change the healthcare system to break, and I've already heard it from one of the speakers, to basically break the walls of the hospital down, mm-hmm. to break the walls of primary care down, and to manage patients in the right place at the right time, and they will transition through that care pathway.
Yeah. I think that links back in with the point from earlier on about focusing on not just timeliness, but quality of care as well. So absolutely, I think we're all on board with that. Joe, you wanted to come in on that?
Thank you, Dave. I think those are very valid points, and it sort of is a kind of the neuron allegory of this system. It has to have some input. It has to have some capacity of calculation or computing of that input, and it has to have some kind of efferent pathway that actually changes the state for the patient, or the handling or the behavior of the care personnel. And if either of those are missing, we will not be able to prove or demonstrate any value of this. So I think it's extremely important that 5G is just a carrier of information, and it's not going to change care pathways unless we change the care pathways, and then we add 5G or similar information carriers to aid that process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So I suppose just moving on to the next question then. So using video to make the service more efficient. So I'm working in Cork, and Cork is where the base of the telemedicine for the whole of Ireland is based. So so like while I'm on the shop floor, I get calls could be from the very northern tip, or the kind of, the most remote parts of Ireland, to help people out, kind of pre-hospital providers with advice and notifying them where to go. I suppose we're still just on a phone line. Has the use of video made this whole process more efficient for any of you who have that? I might come to you with that one, Said.
To be honest with you, I don't have experience yet with that video. I mean, in a large scale, we have some, how can I state it, some kind of simulation that we already done with success. But I think that one of the issues that may be quite interesting to use the telemedicine. Remember, in 2019, 2020, in the high peak of the sanitary pandemic with the COVID, we had a lot of elderly and frail patients coming from the nursing home to the hospital. And as you know, those patients have underlying comorbidities and underlying other diseases that make them, when they get to the ICU, it is quite difficult to get them, with respect, to get rid of them from the ICU, knowing that the survival rate for those populations is somehow very low. And I think in that solution, I mean, when 2020, when we had the high peak here in Belgium, if we would be able to have some kind of video conferences with the physician and the nurses at the nursing homes, and we can rather discuss with those people what would be the current event, the illness of the patient, and maybe help them to supply to those issues, and to take care of those patients, knowing that leaving them in a nursing home is not the ideal situation, but somehow is less more aggressive way when we have to deal with those patients in an ICU in our hospital, knowing that in short term outcome is very low. And I think that something that we are thinking about, and maybe we'll implement it with different nursing home in our area. That's the only idea that I'm thinking about for the time being. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Erwan, did you want to come in on that?
Yes, actually, I was thinking quite the same thing. At least in France, we have a lot of patients that are coming to the referral center, to the tertiary center. And that's an issue because all these patients who come to us are too many, actually. And then getting a way to see the patient before that he come to the hospital could be very efficient to select the patients who need the specific cares and the patient who could stay in a smaller hospital and so on. So the idea, I think, is to do the good diagnosis as soon as we can and to select the good way to treat the patient, staying at home, going to a small hospital, or going to the referral center. So we need all this information. We have to demonstrate that it's a way to go, but we probably need this information, these images, these biomarkers, and all these things to best select the patient who should come to us and the other who should not come to us. Because if we can select better the patient who come to us, we will have more time to help the other physician in smaller institutions to take care of the patient. So I think it's a way to go to be more efficient, actually.
Absolutely. And Marie-Pauline, and in our discussions before the live panel, you'd mentioned that you've integrated video and I suppose point of care ultrasound in your practice remotely as well. Can you speak to us on that?
Yes, I was very curious about Dr. Donald's experiences with that. As I said earlier, we haven't been able yet to combine it all in real life patients, but only in the use cases with the actor patients. We thought it was quite difficult to integrate the on-site ultrasound images in the combined screen on the receiving end. So we actually had to use 2 laptops or 2 screens. What is your experience with that?
Actually, we don't use it in the clinical practice yet, but
okay.
We did some experiments, of course, and I agree with you that we still have issues with the technology, but it's just an issue of technology, so it should work soon. And the idea is to get everything on the phone. Actually, if we can get all these images on the phone, we could be efficient at work in our hospital, and then also to be able to check for the thing that might come to us or not.
Yeah. And what kind of solutions did you have in mind to integrate? Is it just a technical thing of being able to interface it all, or using other devices? Did you had any experience with that yet?
The solution that we used in Rennes is based on the glasses and also the Philips system, and we can integrate all these things on the same screen, actually, I think. So it should be available soon, I hope, for the clinical practice, but it's not yet available.
So it sounds like we're heading to Rennes to invite ourselves to come and see how you did it.
Yes, come.
Okay, thank you.
Count me in for that. But it is a very exciting time on that front. You know, there's a lot of new, I suppose, point of care devices that are starting to integrate some of that functionality in them. So I think, you know, once the actual probes themselves become a little bit better in the future, that's going to be very, very exciting. So just to come back to a point that we glanced on earlier on, just about local regulation, and I know in the first session during that there was a lot of questions about European regulations and all that. So I suppose, has this been a significant obstacle for implementation of any of these things? And I suppose or have there kind of been other more significant obstacles that you've come across? I might ask you to come in on that first, Joe.
Thank you. Well, we have not tried the 5G solutions, but we have piloted and currently are implementing video as a tool in our dispatch centers and in our acute case call centers, which in Norway are 2 different ways for the public to contact healthcare services. And one of my comments to your previous discussion is that, well, every healthcare system is very different, and the need to manage increasing patient flow is, however, the same, but the ideas on how to do it very much depends on the system, and also on the level of competence in your emergency service and the availability of general practitioners 24/7. So our experience with video from the callers into the call center was that it was actually well perceived by the operators. This was using 3G/4G technology already available, and there were few problems with connectivity. Those problems were usually associated with old versions of operating systems on the caller's mobile phones, but also on communication barriers that are inevitable in some cases. However, what we found that they did, and they have done similar trials in Copenhagen and just published their preliminary results from using video in triage processes in the call centers. And we find something similar in our pilot, that the operators find it acceptable and thinks that it in some cases increases acuity. They get a thorough understanding that this is more acute than what they perceive from just sound. But even more interesting in the context of avoiding or diverting patients' flows away from hospital is that in a significant number of cases, they would find that video aided in understanding and creating a common understanding with the caller that this was lower acuity, which I think holds great promise in diverging patients' flow away from our emergency room of flooded surgeries. So we did a qualitative study among the call takers in the dispatch centers, and this was one of they got increased confidence that their decision was correct, which in turn would make them perhaps it would make it easier for them to put a non-urgent priority on the call, reducing the workload in ambulance services and eventually also in emergency rooms. So
that real-time feedback would be kind of invaluable for those kind of providers, professional development as well, if if nothing else. Marie-Pauline, you wanted to come in on that?
I have to unmute myself first. Dutch legislation is very strict, so even without the patient's confirmation, exchange of patient data is not allowed, even between doctors from different hospitals or from primary to secondary care, which is complicating a lot of processes. So we should really reassess that legislation in the Netherlands. And I'm very curious what Joe's experiences in the dispatch center were in terms of the cognitive load on the receiving end for the operator. Did you have any experience with that or feedback on that, how they evaluated all the input they got from auditive and visual signals?
That's a very good question, and I also I just forgot to mention all the GDPR problems that we had to solve to get this piloted, and it ended up by it's just a video stream, so nothing is stored, and there's a certain consent process that you have to take with the caller, and the caller has to actively activate the camera on their own phone with a link. So that was sort of the GDPR solution to this pilot. I'm sorry I didn't mention that. I totally forgot. On the cognitive load, we see that this induced quite a lot of cognitive load and perhaps even overload both on the caller and the receiver end. And so there's a selection bias here where the operators would definitely avoid trying to activate video when their perception was that the caller were not ready or the communication was not good enough. So this is not a randomized trial, and as such, there's a huge, and I see no way to avoid that kind of selection bias. But for the operators, we had a standard SOP that would say that they would have to have had their primary decision if this was an urgent call before they were allowed to activate video. So the ambulance had already been dispatched when they actually activated video, and that was to avoid the risk of the workload of adding video to delay actual dispatch of ambulances.
So it didn't actually it wasn't counterproductive in the process of dispatching. It just was adding more value to it.
It was perceived that way from the operators, but we have not shown added value in patient outcomes. We are trying to set up a study to do that. We'll see.
Happy to hear more about it when you're ready.
I think also Copenhagen there's a running study in Copenhagen. I think they are almost concluded their data collection where they will use video from callers to increase or provide better guidance on CPR and handling of unconscious patients. So that will also give us some clues on the efficiency.
Yeah, great initiative. Thanks for sharing.
Absolutely. No, it's fantastic. Erwan, you'd mentioned earlier on that I suppose, like we said earlier, that cultural inertia was a big kind of, it's a big barrier for implementing new ideas like this. Have there been a lot of kind of legal obstacles kind of from your end in France, or is the cultural one kind of the biggest one that you'd come across?
No, I think that there's issues like in the other countries, but the idea to have only everything on the screen, you just share a screen and you don't download anything is a way to go. And it's what we do, actually. We don't save anything. We just have something on the screen. But it might have to change because I'm in the hospital, I'm in the department of cardiology, but of course the emergency department has its own software, and we have probably to integrate what is done by the emergency department in our database, in our recording. So it has to change, I think, because what we do now is just to have a snapshot of what is going on before the arrival to the hospital. But we should perhaps think about integrating the care that is done before the arrival to the hospital in the care that we will provide in the hospital, because the two things are separated up to now. Yeah. So I think it might have to change, but of course the ethical issues might be complicated to deal with.
Definitely, but I suppose until we kind of overcome those, we've got this issue where you're getting I suppose excellent primary data in terms of kind of the visual feed, but without storing that, that's kind of being lost, and it's being, I suppose, diluted down to just a subjective assessment from the person who first saw it. So yeah, it's definitely a big challenge. I suppose, Dave, I'll come to you on the next question. In terms of kind of new workflows for connected ambulances, I suppose you'd be familiar with, I suppose, the ambulance environment from your work, but also kind of the Philips ecosystem from the other hat you wear. So how have you found kind of, I suppose 5G integrating into the workflows? Has that been a massive boost, or?
I think, first off, obviously, as the mobile networks have improved, it's improved the ability to communicate. The 5G is still relatively limited, and certainly outside of major cities, we still don't have 5G connectivity. So, I'll answer this from the point of view of 4G, 5G, the mobile network more than 5G at the moment. The other is that it's about data, and that's meant that we've gone away from peer-to-peer, where you start a dial-up connection and go to a specific computer. And now what we're doing is it's become cloud-based, and with both Microsoft and Amazon with their cloud-based servers, most companies now are hosting solutions in that environment to allow data to be pushed through and then routed as needed to different people. That's added complexity because GDPR and HIPAA in the US opens up the whole data processing aspects of what you do with that data. And also, when we talk audio, video, you know, are we talking WhatsApp, FaceTime? Are we talking Teams or Skype calls? Because those aren't GDPR compliant. And so there are systems out there that allow you to not only have a video call or text chat or audio calls, but they then move on to allow you to merge other data into it from like the monitor or scanner data. And then it allows you to activate teams and do stuff within that patient channel. So it's more about how you then collaborate with the data you're seeing. And so when you come down to, you know, how has care pathways changed? Earlier I talked about acute and chronic pathways, and if you look at the ambulance service has evolved over the last, you know, 60, 70 years, but it's made a rapid transformation really in the last 20, where we've gone away from taking all the patients to the hospital. We do much more community paramedicine now, and we need to reduce the risk of leaving those patients at home. We usually have to talk to a doctor in primary care or in the hospital over the ongoing care plan for that patient. And so, you know, that communication is still really fragmented. Joe talked earlier about using video calls that once the call taker connects, you can then connect with the patient. But our communication as paramedics to secondary care is still a phone call. They cut, you know, you describe what you see on the monitor, you describe what you see on the ECG. The systems to provide care for non-acute patients is really fragmented around the world. Mm-hmm. So that's where we need to make the changes today. Yeah. And just to add to what Joe and Mary were saying earlier, it also allows you to step up resources. So if you've got a call, let's take a motorcyclist that's been knocked off a bike, you will be dispatching an ambulance, but by using video from the scene, you can decide to send critical care resources, and whether that's in a car or a helicopter. And of course, it costs something like £150 an hour to fly in fuel to fly a helicopter. So it's in their interest to be able to see what they're going to decide whether they want to lift or not. And we're seeing some of the air ambulances in the UK now using video calling from scene to make that decision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mary Pauline, I might get you in on that as well. I think your experience would definitely add value to this.
Yeah, I totally agree on what Dave is saying, and it's very relatable that it needs to be decided what path of care you are following. Are you going in increasing care or decreasing care? Obviously, technology is suited for both. But in Holland, the dispatch systems are very short in staff. And so we really do have a problem in taking calls and manning all the dispatch centers. So adding value and input to send the right care to the right patient on the right time, that's actually the issue. And another point that Dave is making, which is very good, is, well, there's obviously a chain of command, but also a chain of care you need to establish for the patient. You know, if you go to the chronic care, if you call to the GP or the outpatient clinic, that you need to establish the line of how do we take care of this patient, and is the care followed up correctly. So, but that's another aspect of how technology can be used, and both sides, especially the acute, but also the chronic care, is very, very challenging and very promising to explore, I think.
I heard a lecture last year from America from Mount Sinai Hospital, and I was, as a paramedic, I was jealous of what they were doing there. And they had community paramedics that were based in the hospital that managed chronic patients in the community. And primary care would ring the hospital and say they had a COPD patient that they'd like reviewing. The community paramedic would respond, not via an emergency call, but would go and review the patient in the community. And then they would have a three-way conference call between the paramedic on scene, the hospital specialist, and the primary care doctor to decide what they were going to do with that patient, whether they were going to admit, whether they were going to leave at home, how they were going to change his medication or treatment plan. And that allowed that patient to avoid a hospital admission, potentially. Yeah. And I was really jealous because I see enough COPD patients. I still do a clinical shift every week. And, you know, they're the patients that we struggle with what do we do next for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Erwan, your comment about the kind of connectivity with chronic patients is, yeah, like I think it's very salient. Like, I mean, that's, you know, kind of thinking back a few years, having that sort of connectivity and those sort of options would have been, you know, kind of sci-fi stuff, you know. So it's, have you found that kind of streamlined your workflow quite a bit?
Yeah, I think actually at the beginning we were discussing about the emergencies issues, and now we are discussing about the chronic patients. And for the chronic patients, that's true that with the monitoring systems that we use for heart failure, for instance, we know that patients get worse before that they ask for an emergency management. So it means that we can adapt the treatment before that they come, and then we decrease the rate of hospitalization for these patients. So for the emergency, we need the 5G, we need the images, we need everything. And for the chronic patients, we need more chronic monitoring and management of the acute decompensation at home as much as we can, actually. And it's another issue. It's not exactly the same way to work on, but I think we are improving. Thanks to the COVID period, actually, we do much better now in France, at least.
Yeah. No,
I think if I may add, I think we need all that kind of ideas for solution for better healthcare. But these are not technology driven. Technology is only an enabler, and at best not a barrier to improve patient care pathways. And it has to be based on the local challenges and capabilities to change that. So your example from Mount Sinai, that would be a perfect mismatch with Norwegian healthcare, with GPs available and the municipalities having sort of the primary responsibility for these chronic patients. But another take on that would be primary care in the municipalities, going back to those patients and having that three-part conversation, or rather even a four-part conversation where the patient would be integrated into that conversation to have the optimal pathway for that patient at that time. So I think ideas could transfer, and technology must be an enabler to make that happen.
Absolutely. I think that kind of leads on very nicely to the last question, I suppose, you know, because the point both of you just made there is kind of, phenomenal. Recognizing the deteriorating patient, that's, one of the big challenges in all of healthcare, even in hospital where you have patients connected to monitors, that poses a significant challenge for people. And that's something I suppose any of us involved in quality improvement will recognize. So being able to recognize the deteriorating chronic patient is, that could be a game changer, so I suppose that's a definite value added that using telemedicine can add. And I suppose what we're hearing throughout this whole discussion is a focus on quality. We need to improve the quality of care. So Saeed, what I suppose what specific kind of value add in terms of quality do you envision this bringing to the table?
Not that much. I mean, we need to improve. We need to improve our way of living, and I think that the panel has highlighted that issue. First, if we were talking on 2019 that we will have a meeting, virtually like we are doing now, everybody will declare us as crazy people, and we still do it for the last couple of years now, having meetings around the world, doing some kind of virtual meetings and so on, and even virtual medicine as well. And I think that the telemedicine is not the answer to all our issues. It should be part of the solution and maybe a problem if not implemented in structure. And it should be adapted in a way. If I listen to panelists from the people from Oslo, and they was talking, and from France as well, and other places talking about, and from UK talking about that we are flooding the people with information. And I think that in Belgium we have a system that we are sending physician in pre-hospital setting, meaning that we will be able to do some kind of triaging as well. And we are sending only the ECG that there is some doubt about the investigation. We are sending people to the, sending messages to the people when we are looking for a stroke unit. We are discussing whether that's that case of the patient needs some tertiary referral or not. I mean, you need to have a structured system, and telemedicine should be a link in the chain of the patient management. And I think that the most important issue, and each of us, we are different people from different countries and different systems. If I look to the panel now, and I think that you need to adapt the telemedicine that should be part of the chain of the treatment of management, and we have to implement it in a way that should be suitable to improve the quality of the management of the patient, maybe improve the outcome of the patient, and most important, maybe reduce the overcrowding of the patient, and even abolish the needless hospitalization for those people that doesn't need to be admitted to hospital when you are talking about the chronic patient and so on. And I think that that's something that we need to figure out in the next couple of years of next decade, and that's very important.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. And just coming back to your point about, I suppose, the limitations of this, any new technology, it's only as good as the user at the other end. And that's something that I always stress to anyone that I'm teaching point of care ultrasound to, not understanding the indications and limitations for the technology that you're using can, will, I suppose it'll pose a bigger disadvantage than not having it to begin with. So Marie-Pauline, I suppose from your end, what value-added benefits have you seen?
I think the right care on the right place for the right patient, and being able to convey him or her to the right place, which can either be at home or to the hospital. And in the Netherlands, we also have hospitals of different levels. So that can also be an added value, so that you can convey quicker. And for the Zeeland region, it might be stay in the Netherlands in the local hospital, or perhaps go to Ghent, which is a bigger hospital with more possibilities. And that really is an issue, and that really is added value. And I think, like in all countries, we have a shortage in staff related to COVID issues, and there's really lots of pressure on clinical availability for beds. And I think being able to treat the patient longer and better at home is in chronic care really an added value. I really think so.
Yeah. Yeah. Joe, would you like to come in on that?
Yes, I see lots of possible ideas for improvement, both in patient flow, but also in what is the quadruple aim for healthcare, the well-being and meaning for our personnel. And I think the feeling of being supported if you are just two paramedics far, far away from hospital, as people can be in Norway, even the added value of communication with a colleague paramedic that can actually support several ambulances for rare cases and to improve patient safety by adding a pair of eyes and some procedural support, reading out checklists, checking if medications are provided in a proper way. This doesn't need actually a medical expert. It needs a buddy, a colleague to aid in those kind of processes that we see. Many are insecure and afraid of the errors that they will perform during their day-to-day work, and just to provide some benefit there would be of great value, not only to patient safety but also to the well-being and meaning of our personnel.
Absolutely. Erwan, you wanted to come in on that?
Actually, I just wanted to say something very simple, but it's not always obvious, at least in public institutions like we have in France. But I think to improve the way we take care of our patients, we spoke about the technology, how the technology might help us. But the idea, I think, is to push the physicians to be in contact with the industry to improve the technology. We have to share what we need and what the technology can provide us. So we really have to open the hospitals to the industry to make the technology fit with our needs. And I think it's something we are doing better now, but we can still improve that.
Absolutely. No, you're absolutely right there, and I think it's kind of quality improvement in this realm is definitely a team sport, and bringing in everyone's different perspectives and skills is will definitely be very valuable. And I have to say thank you to the RedZinc team for putting all this together, and for their continued, I suppose, support of us in the healthcare setting, and kind of willingness to engage with us and work with us. Just one question from the attendees. Julie Bradford asked, just listening to the discussion on telemedicine for chronic illness, but are there views on the impact on social care and the handover from healthcare to social care?
It's more about chronic patients, I think. So
yeah, I think that's a tricky one. I suppose, to kind of integrate social care in the telemedicine sphere as well. But it's definitely a consideration for the future, I guess. Perfect. Okay, I think we might wrap it up there and hand back over to Donal. Thanks again to the amazing panel. That was a fantastic discussion, and like I said in our discussions before, each one of those different topics we could have gone on for hours talking about each one of those. So thank you all for your input. That was fascinating and very insightful, and yeah, looking forward to meeting you all again in real life in a different setting. So back over to you, Donal.
Thank you very much, everybody. That's a fantastic discussion. Joe, I really appreciate it. Dave, Mary, Pauline, Saeed, Erwan, and Mohammed, thank you for chairing it and bringing everything together. There's some poll questions that went out there, so we put those results up, and we'll take a break now and come back in about 10 minutes for the next panel, which will be about the ecosystem and the supply side and the buyer side, and just the ecosystem issues. So thanks very much, and see you in the next panel.
Thank you for the invite.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Hi, my name is Terry O'Callaghan and I am the product leader in RedZync. I'm excited to share with you one of our products which is successfully improving real-time communication across the healthcare industry. Harnessing advancements in technology and recognizing the emphasis of using video as a primary means of communication, we have developed a wearable device that allows for instant communication and solve some of the challenges present in the healthcare sector. That device is Blue Eye hands-free. Blue Eye Hands-Free is a lightweight device that a user can wear on their head like a pair of glasses. A 2-megapixel camera with a wide-angle lens is comfortably mounted at eye height and gives viewers a distinct perspective while providing a first-person point of view, creating a unique viewing experience. The camera is specially designed to be lightweight, rotatable, and work on Wi-Fi as well as mobile networks. This device has many real-world applications, but where we think it shines is in a classroom setting. We realize some of the struggles that healthcare professionals face, such as outdated communication methods and a busy environment. We also recognize the importance of effective communication and teaching. Blue Eye Hands-Free is an easy-to-use and practical device. It enables the instructor to demonstrate proper procedures and best practice to a virtual classroom of up to 20 students who can watch remotely in real time, with each student having the best view possible. This ability to perform remote medical training allows for a truly immersive and interactive experience, allowing students to watch, learn, and communicate with instructors as if they were in the classroom. This technology is powered by RedZync's award-winning video platform and network, ensuring a safe and secure experience of the highest quality for users. We believe that this device can revolutionize communication, training, teaching, and much more in the healthcare industry and beyond. To learn more about Blue Eye Hands-Free, visit our website and get in touch.
Et surtout de pouvoir connecter le thème bien choisi, le médecin à l'intérieur de l'hôpital, aux infirmiers qui sont en extra-hospitalier pour pouvoir conseiller toute une série de modifications dans les prises en charge. Autrement dit, ce que je remarque depuis l'utilisation d'Expertise, c'est qu'il y a une meilleure communication et une meilleure précision des gestes recommandés par le médecin pour l'infirmier.
C'est de pouvoir apporter l'expertise médicale sur le terrain quand elle n'est pas sur place. Le choix s'est porté sur des lunettes connectées pour pouvoir permettre la possibilité d'avoir les mains libres sur place, sur le terrain. Pour le SAMU de Nantes, ça nous permet de mieux comprendre les différentes situations pour lesquelles on nous appelle, d'optimiser donc la réponse que l'on apporte et de guider des gestes et de voir leur bonne mise en application.
Donc j'ai vu là, je viens de faire une photo là en fait. Voilà, c'est vachement déformé. Il n'y a que ça comme lésion au niveau de la joue, la gauche. D'accord, je vois, là, je la vois. C'est vrai, l'humérus qui est bien gonflé. Okay. Elle est très douloureuse, la dame, là.
Elle est douloureuse, elle est pas sous anticoagulant.
Vous n'allez pas pouvoir la bouger.
Hi, my name is Terry O'Callaghan and I am the product leader in RedZync. I'm excited to share with you one of our products which is successfully improving real-time communication across the healthcare industry. harnessing advancements in technology and recognizing the emphasis of using video as a primary means of communication, we have developed a wearable device that allows for instant communication and solve some of the challenges present in the healthcare sector. That device is Blue Eye hands-free. Blue Eye hands-free is a lightweight device that a user can wear on their head like a pair of glasses. A 2-megapixel camera with a wide-angle lens is comfortably mounted at eye height and gives viewers a distinct perspective while providing a first-person point of view, creating a unique viewing experience. The camera is specially designed to be lightweight, rotatable, and work on Wi-Fi as well as mobile networks. This device has many real-world applications, but where we think it shines is in a classroom setting. We realize some of the struggles that healthcare professionals face, such as outdated communication methods and a busy environment. We also recognize the importance of effective communication and teaching. Blue Eye hands-free is an easy-to-use and practical device. It enables the instructor to demonstrate proper procedures and best practice to a virtual classroom of up to 20 students who can watch remotely in real time, with each student having the best view possible. This ability to perform remote medical training allows for a truly immersive and interactive experience, allowing students to watch, learn, and communicate with instructors as if they were in the classroom. This technology is powered by RedSync's award-winning video platform and network, ensuring a safe and secure experience of the highest quality for users. We believe that this device can revolutionize communication, training, teaching, and much more in the healthcare industry and beyond. To learn more about Blue Eye hands-free, visit our website and get in touch.
Être connecté dans le domaine qui nous concerne et surtout de pouvoir connecter, le terme bien choisi, le médecin à l'intérieur de l'hôpital aux infirmiers qui sont en extra-hospitalier pour pouvoir conseiller toute une série de modifications dans les prises en charge. Autrement dit, ce que je remarque depuis l'utilisation d'Expertise, c'est qu'il y a une meilleure communication et une meilleure précision des gestes recommandés par le médecin pour l'infirmier.
C'est de pouvoir apporter l'expertise médicale sur le terrain quand elle n'est pas sur place. Le choix s'est porté sur des lunettes connectées pour pouvoir permettre la possibilité d'avoir les mains libres sur place, sur le terrain. Pour le SAMU de Nantes, ça nous permet de mieux comprendre les différentes situations pour lesquelles on nous appelle, d'optimiser donc la réponse que l'on apporte et de guider des gestes et de voir leur bonne mise en application.
Donc j'ai vu là, je viens de faire une photo là en fait. Voilà, c'est vachement bien déformé. Il n'y a que ça comme lésion. Un petit choc au niveau de la joue, la gauche. D'accord, je vois, là je la vois. C'est vrai, l'humérus qui vient en... Elle est très douloureuse la dame là. Elle est très douloureuse. Je t'envoie quelqu'un quoi. Belgique, vous n'allez pas pouvoir la bouger là je pense.
Hello. Welcome everybody. And that was a fantastic discussion we've just listened to from all of our colleagues who are on the medical side. And I really enjoyed the conversation. It was very, very interesting. So now we're going to have a panel discussion really about the ecosystem. And I'm Donald. I'm going to put up the slide to 2 slides just to show you who's here, and then we'll just show you our questions. So I'm sharing my screen. Let me just make sure it's the right one. Do you see my screen, Jan, arriving okay?
Not yet, Donald.
It's not yet arriving?
No, no, not coming just yet.
Okay, let me share it again.
It's starting to come now.
Okay, and I think I put the big display up. Okay.
That's it now. Good.
There we go. So thanks everybody for joining. So on the panel now, we're going to talk about the ecosystem, really the business models around 5G telehealth. So on the panel is Aisling Gannon. Aisling is with the Health Service Executive in Ireland, and she's a general manager for ICT and digital in one of the hospital groups. John Parks is with NHS Digital in the UK, and he's program lead for Future Wireless. Then we have Frederic Remati, and he is Director General with CHU in Rennes. And then we have Jan Petter Torgesund, and Jan Petter is with Telenor, and he's a security ambassador. And then Guillermo, who is with AMA, providing the viewpoint from the VP in Product Partnership, and he's with the 5G Tours project as well. And then Julie Bradford, who's an analyst with Real Wireless. So we'll just go through everybody in a second. They can introduce themselves. But then the questions we have, really it's about the ecosystem. So we have 5 or 6 different issues to talk about. One is the pandemic, and what's after happening. The whole healthcare system is being transformed a little bit because of the pandemic, and what's really the status of that. And then there is also healthcare needs of digital transformation in public wireless. So really, what's the status there, and what are the needs? And then we'll talk about the new telehealth services using 5G, what's available, what are the needs and what are the requirements. Then we have this question about agility. Is 5G agile? Is e-health agile? And where are they on the revolution? And then we talk about 5G telehealth ecosystem maturity, all the issues about the applications maturity, the healthcare professionals ready for new applications, service differentiation, hyperscalers, GDPR, patient confidentiality, all of these things. And then we'll talk about the business models for 5G. So really that's the, let me end that and stop the sharing and bring it back to video for everybody. That's the presentation. So maybe if I just go and talk about the status and, the question number one, and just to ask from the healthcare sector first, Aisling, like what are your thoughts now about the healthcare sector, digital transformation, the pandemic, what's happened over the last, 18 months? I'm sure it's been hectic for everybody who's in the healthcare sector. What have you done? What's the status in Ireland, and what do you know about the other countries? Aisling, go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. So for us, I actually was working on it's across the community for telehealth. And when we're talking about telehealth, it's the video-enabled care part, which we rolled out across the services. Now in Ireland, where we are, it's quite rural. So we face quite a few issues around networks, around equipment for staff, and in fact also for patients as well. A lot of them were willing to use video-enabled care but weren't equipped themselves either. So we faced a lot of challenges, but I have to say staff really embraced the opportunity. Across CHO1 at the time, we were doing something like 16,000 consultations at the beginning of the year for the first sort of 5 months. But unfortunately in Ireland we faced the cyber attack. And we're still going through restoration for that. So that has had a huge impact on us using telehealth across our services. So we're just trying to sort of re-establish and get people up and running again.
Okay, thanks, Aisling. Maybe to you, Frederic, how do you see it, the status of digital transformation after the pandemic. What's happened in your hospital and in France generally? How can you tell us?
Yeah, hello everybody. Thank you very much for bringing me to the panel. In Rennes University Hospital, we're pretty engaged in the front of the pandemic management. It was a huge effort by the staff and the medical and paramedical staff, and also the logistics. It was a huge logistics things to the equipment and to now the vaccination and before the test that we provide to everybody. The main thing that we do here is maintaining the innovation going around. It's very important. And for Tele-Health services, the pandemic as a consequence is what we develop an application, an app that enables us to quickly manage the people, the COVID people at home, and not bringing them to the hospital, thanks to that application developed by our medical staff and our technical IT team. So that was one of the good thing that the little good thing that we can do to manage the pandemic that has a huge impact on all the French system here.
Okay, Frederick, thank you. And John, over to you. So, like, how is it in the NHS in the UK? So you've looking after all the digital transformation part, I guess, the NHS digital. You know, what is digital transformation status in the UK now as a result of the pandemic, and what's happened over the last 18 months? Please.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Donal, and hi all. Thanks for having me. I think it kind of falls into three phases. Certainly the workload and the priorities for NHS Digital have fallen that way. And then the first wave was a kind of mobile working explosion with sort of home working, mobile working needing to initiate all sort of VPN connections and laptops and more mobility, whether that's fixed wireless access or broadband and VPNs to cope with that initial shock to the system. And then I think relatively quickly after that, we were gearing up for sort of vaccination rollouts. So we had kind of mobile sites and pop-up sites that we needed to think about how to mobilize those and all the connectivity they'll need to run those sorts of big operations and applications. And now we're kind of seeing a third wave, I think, which is really about how does the health system cope and the systems and infrastructure cope with what's now becoming a sort of a need to preserve the capacities of the secondary care sites in order to help with recovery and backlogs, and therefore moving care. I'm sure this will come up time and time again, but moving care out into the community, trying to deliver more of that in the community, closer to people's homes, closer to and therefore being much more reliant on public networks than we've been before, and having to explore how we best utilize public mobile networks because we're now moving into that space a lot more than we needed to do. At the same time as, you know, general digital transformation is on that sort of exponential curve upwards across health, because we just need to become more efficient in order to deal with, you know, the population demands and macroeconomics of healthcare.
Okay, Jonathan, and maybe just to pick up on that, like for Frederic in France, like, is digital transformation just mainly in the main hospitals, or how is it also in the secondary care and community nursing, and, you know, in nursing homes, and how is it in France from the kind of from the community side?
Yeah, one of the paradoxical, well, not paradoxical, but the big effects on the pandemic on the French economic system, on the French healthcare system, is that it accelerates all the needs to communicate with between the tertiary issues that we deal here in our university hospital. That was the recourse, the reference medication, and we have to discuss with a lot of people at the same time. And it accelerates all the need to communicate. So the community, so the secondary center, the primary care system asks for more communication, real-time communication, and more exchange of data between the university hospital and its environment. And all the pandemic thing was accelerating that system. And we did little things to ameliorate, to better the system. But how do you say that? That the communication system in French here has got to better in order that the communication between all the actors of the French system could better interact around the patients. And it's not so much a problem of tools, but organization between different actors that usually are not solicited at the same time and by the same person. And here the crisis here of the COVID crisis much rely on the reference system, the reference hospitals here, and not much on the primary at the beginning of the pandemic. And it has evaluated to the primary care now, and he has to make the reverse path in order that everybody can have a better efficiency thanks to the patients.
Okay, and maybe the same question to Ashlyn. Like, how do you see it from, you know, primary care, secondary care, community nursing homes? How is digital transformation at the different levels? Like, I guess you have a picture across different levels.
Yeah, so at the start of the pandemic, one of our services with Professor Geraldine McCarthy worked with 3 islands and with Amazon to actually equip all of our nursing homes. So we made sure that they had the Wi-Fi and the equipment that they needed for us to be able to continue video-enabled care. And I think that the Irish government is committed to helping them to sustain that. For the community, we also had lots of equipment donated that was given out to patients. I think the thing we need to remember that all of this only works if patients have access and the staff have access. However, as a health economy, we cannot sustain giving out equipment to every single person that comes through our door. So what we've actually done is actually transformed now, and we're working with the council and the broadband connection point rollout and the Department of Rural Communities to actually look at setting up community digital hubs that are set up in the community, supported by non-profit organisations that allow people to go in, access the technology, access video-enabled care. And that's not just across health, but across their social needs as well, whether that's to go to watch a theatre group or whatever that might be. So there's been quite a lot of transformation, and staff have really stepped up to sort of embrace that across our services.
Okay, thanks, Ashlyn. So maybe let's move to the next question, and I'll give that to Jan Petter. So the next question says, healthcare needs of digital transformation in public wireless. Like, what do you see in your talking to hospitals and healthcare providers in Norway and Scandinavia? What do you see is needed, and particularly from the wireless point of view, the public wireless point of view? Jan Petter, please.
Thank you for having me. I think one of the greatest changes that we're seeing now is that we are starting to break down a lot of silos between the technical medical test equipment in the hospitals, the IT side of things, and that we're seeing data starting to flow between these silos. And then we're introducing mobility. So this means the patient will not physically be in the hospital anymore, but we're seeing that the mobility of the patient is starting to move out. And then we're translating that to where technology can support that. So we're seeing that, as my role indicates, there's a lot of security evaluations here. And traditionally, the closed technical environments that supported medical test equipment is less mature in its cybersecurity from what we're seeing. And we're seeing now that when this data is starting to flow between the silos, we need to have a really good look at how does new technology support this, and how can we be secure when we're starting to move this data around. So I think 5G has a lot of technical capabilities, and there's a lot of focus on the added speed and the low latency, but there's really this change where you're starting to get one infrastructure that will support traditional different silos. And really the benefits that we can get from that, that's the big revolution with 5G. Also this mobility aspect, of course. So I think the digitization is allowing this data to flow, and how we secure them, how we give the right user groups access to right data sets, and where we store them, how we distribute them. These are all big questions that we're trying to solve us knowing the technology and then gaining insights into the requirements from the health sector and how we can support that.
Okay, Jan Petter, thank you. And maybe the same question to Julie now. So like, you're an analyst on the techno-economic side. From your analysis, like what do you see healthcare needs and digital transformation? You know, what do you see from public wireless point of view? And Jan Petter just made the point, it's all about mobility. And I saw Frederic nodding there, it's about mobility. How do you see it from your point of view, Julie, please?
Hi. Okay. Thanks very much, Donal, and good morning, everyone. I think from my perspective, when you talk about public wireless and sort of healthcare use cases and use cases from a number of other sectors, there's different levels of connectivity and different solutions required, I think, for different use cases. So some of the use cases that we've seen talked about from the ongoing European Commission projects sort of in the earlier presentations are talking about sort of in building connectivity and actually having wireless connectivity within the hospital site and within the hospital campus. And I think, you know, that to a certain extent comes within the remit of the facilities team, the estates management within the hospital itself. And trying to you know, figure out how we deploy that supporting infrastructure. Whereas when you move into use cases around sort of smart ambulance services, then you have this reliance on public wireless in terms of the wider mobile network and sort of integration with the mobile network operators at a wider scale and expectations there. So I think we need to, when we're talking about the needs on the network side of these different use cases, and you know, in particular the use case we're talking about from healthcare, I think we need to be clear about where we need the network investment to facilitate the different use cases. And you know, so some of them, I mean, a lot of the telemedicine and sort of telemonitoring and even telecare solutions that we talk about, a lot of those devices connect in the home, and they're more reliant on fixed wireless access solutions. So, you know, there it's not always 5G that's the solution, just having, you know, improved broadband, or things like Ashleen's talking about there, having the digital hub in communities. I think, you know, there are other ways of getting the connectivity there. So it's not that, you know, 5G is something that is just everywhere automatically. I think we need to sort of break down the different groups of use cases and think about the supporting infrastructure that we need around these different areas of the wider area coverage, in hospital coverage, and sort of in home coverage.
Okay, Julie, and then there's a poll just come up there as well. So the poll question's going out, but maybe Jérôme, how do you see it? So digital transformation, what do you see? You're talking to doctors and nurses and medical people all the time. Your organization's got some very interesting technology and solutions, and I know the sector very well myself. What do you see, and what exciting things do you see that coming from the needs of the marketplace? Please tell us, Jérôme.
Yeah, well, thank you. And first of all, thank you for setting this up. It's a good point. Glad to be here this morning. Yeah, we've been working on this, on smart glasses and medical field for, I think the first live surgery we made was in Rennes, was in February 2014. So definitely been a long time working with doctors. Definitely, it's a great point with working on medical field is that doctors are always, a lot of them are always willing to improve their own work. They know that everything is little step evolution and improvement. So they're always pretty open to get to innovation. Where it then gets complex is how to implement it at a larger scale. When you get out of one doctor, one specific team, and when you get it at a larger scale, this is where it starts to be a bit tricky. And especially when then it gets into economics, is who's actually going to pay behind it, because actually it's not the doctor who's going to pay it. And especially with our European states, where you can get high level of evolving the bureaucracy of who's going to pay for what and with all the different medical standards around it. So in a nutshell, always great to get access to new technology to test it. Here, for as an example, it's great to get with CHU Rennes and to work on 5G. Was that difficult to set up the project? It's great. Then it will be definitely if we want to get a larger scale. We've been working with emergency services for 3 or 4 years now. We've got discussion at French state level, but then nothing really happened. We had to go step by step for each hospital because then each decision will be made at local level. So overall, to make it simple as that everyone is actually willing to improve their own efficiency. It's just about how to actually make it scalable. And other than that, here on 5G, interesting part is that we kind of a balance because we come up speaking with 5G, where especially in rural areas, I actually was speaking about this earlier. We're coming for first care, first responders, and sometimes there's not even any 3G or 4G in that area, and we're coming up with 5G, and people say, yeah, it's nice to come up with 5G, but what actually it's going to bring? And usually people do kind of misconception is that it's not about 5G for all for all territory, that's for sure. But at least what people don't actually know is, for instance, in a city as Rennes, that if we didn't have to deploy 5G, actually the 4G network was going to be fully overloaded in the next year or 18 months. So we always need to improve because people are doing more and more Netflix, or that your mobile data consumption is getting higher every 3 months, every years, and so definitely our network carriers always have to invest more to those networks. And overall, this is common sense as well, is that people access to internet is now more and more out of your own mobile phone, and people take this as a commodity. And okay, I can watch on a smartphone, I can have a live WhatsApp or a Facebook Live with my family. Why can I not do the same with my medical services? Yeah, this is, I guess, we have high expectation from the population, high expectation from the doctors and the medical professional, which are always willing to move stuff. Medical staff and directors from the hospital are always willing to improve overall efficiency. So it's always, again, how to actually make it scalable at a point where you have different benches of laws and regulation on top of that. This is making it kind of heavy, and this is why, at the end of the day, even though this COVID pandemic has been a big, big suffering time for all of us, but definitely I hope on the good side of it is definitely it will act as a catalyst to make things everything go faster in terms of those kind of decision, and people who took a bit of having those new technology for their own care to taking easy booking for their vaccine or for taking an appointment or stuff. Definitely they will not want to come back because now it's start to be kind of things they are happy to expect for. So overall, okay, for a long answer to your question, but definitely gets to the point.
Thank you. And there's just been a poll put up. The question on the poll was, what is the most important application of 5G telehealth? And one was connected ambulance, that got 45%. Hospital campus 5G got 15%, and then primary care got 40%. So that's just a quick poll among the audience today. So just to pick up on the question, the remark that Jan Petter made about silos, and over to John, like how do silos look in the NHS? You know, so you've digital and you've got all the hospitals to look after. I don't know how many trusts you have, hundreds anyway. You've all these trusts. You have a very decentralized, distributed system. But how do silos look in the UK for medical silos for information? John?
Yeah, I think it's a really good and interesting question, Donal, because it's one of the challenges we're kind of coming across within the program, where we're looking at exactly these sorts of things in the UK at the moment. Where is the need? What do we need to do about better wireless? There is a vast sort of difference between, the spectrum of the most advanced trusts and organizations out there who understand, how to fit together a patchwork of their own Wi-Fi, public access Wi-Fi, government Wi-Fi, roaming Wi-Fi solutions, satellite, cellular, and understand what's coming and what's on the horizon in terms of 5G standards and things like this. And then there's others that perhaps are just struggling with getting people off paper, because they've got people working in the community in more remote areas, and you can tell them all day long that they need to be using digital applications, but if they haven't got the assurity that it's going to be available in 80% of the appointments that they're going to indoors in that day, then it's very difficult to tear people away from their trusted processes that they've always worked to. So part of the challenge, I think, in the UK is to kind of lift that up and share best practice. There's lots of talk at the moment. I mean, it may be a bit of a political sort of slogan, but there's lots of talk about leveling up and trying to bring everyone up to a sort of common denominator of capability and of digital transformation and opportunity. And I think that is very well mirrored in the challenges when we look at 5G and public access mobile, in that the common denominator, if you're a service designer, is actually what you want something that your application is going to work on, and it's going to be available, okay, maybe not 100%, but 95% of locations where your health staff are going to go, and the sort of processes that you want them to perform. I think many of the challenges are potentially that 5G and newer types of capability just stretch those boundaries slightly, so that the top end of millimeter wave will push us up to X numbers faster than 4G. I'm not going to quote one because you don't know which one's the hype and which one's reality in the real world, and then all the way down to the sort of lower band, sort of 700 megahertz has just been auctioned for 5G in the UK, which undoubtedly is not going to be the promised dream of enhanced mobile broadband and HD video. So the stretching of that capability, I think, will be one of the challenges for adoption, in that the needs that we see are more about ubiquity and understanding how to use that patchwork of capabilities to give health workers ubiquity, as opposed to just saying the answer is 5G, but 5G is going to be even more variable than perhaps previous Gs were when they get when some of them get decommissioned. So yeah, an interesting set of challenges, I think, is the answer, Donal.
Okay, thanks, John. I see, Julie, you have your hand up there, so you want to go ahead.
Thanks. I was just going to pick up on John's point there about having reliable connectivity across the board, really, and it's difficult to get people to move across from their processes if they haven't got assurances that connectivity is going to be there. And I think that's an issue with mobile networks, not just for healthcare, but for other sectors as well. And I think at a national level, in different countries, that you kind of need to look at the way that you're rolling out mobile networks and supporting the mobile industry overall. Because I mean, the mobile industry is very much driven by providing consumer services at the moment. It's connectivity to people's smartphones, and you can see with the rollout of things like 5G, the focus initially on the cities, and that's happening because the MNOs are commercial organisations, and if you look at their sort of revenue trends. The revenues for cellular connectivity, they're pretty flat. We've kind of reached those sort of high penetration levels for subscribers certainly in Western Europe anyway, and people aren't willing to pay more for their monthly subscription. So you get this trend of flat revenues, but higher expectations from consumers and the operators having to invest in the networks. And as well as that, we've now got this additional ask from industry, such as healthcare, for higher throughput services, and also having that available in all areas and at a highly reliable level for services like smart ambulance. So I think, you know, we need to recognize at a national level, you know, and perhaps even at a European level, the role that mobile connectivity kind of has to play in enabling, you know, not just smart healthcare, but, you know, smart cities, environmental issues. You know, there's a whole range of benefits to having connectivity and having wireless there just as an underpinning utility. And I think, you know, that just having this expectation that wireless connectivity will be there isn't going to work going forwards. You know, we've seen a lot of test beds looking at good use cases for healthcare, but what we need now is to understand. I think one of the previous speakers mentioned, you know, who's actually going to fund the infrastructure for all of this, and, you know, working together rather than just working in these silos. Understanding, you know, how we build an infrastructure, you know, across each of the nations that can facilitate these services.
Okay, and then Frederic has his hand up, and then Ashton. So Frederic first, and then Ashton.
Yeah, thank you very much. I perfectly agree with what just been said. I think 5G is not the answer for everything, relying to the healthcare system and the problems of connectivity, because I perfectly agree with some remote areas didn't have yet the 3G, the 4G, and when we explain it's going to be the 5G, it's completely understandable. The people won't understand that, and they don't move forward. They won't move forward because they're mainly elderly people, so they won't move forward to 5G. And for the business and healthcare point of view, I think the role that the healthcare institution can play is making the difference between technical capability of the 5G within a private 5G network within the institutions that can be well handled, and I think we can play a role in that, and that's the sense of the 5G projects for European financing there. And it's much more complicated when it deals with institution and then the whole public 5G networks. And it's much more complicated on the technical point of view, on the financial point of view, and it's going to be, I think, the second step. And the first step would be within the institution with the private 5G, you can do something and prove that the specific usage of that technology that can meet some needs for professional needs and patient needs. I think that it's appropriate to make that difference.
Okay, thank you, Frederic. And Ashton, please.
Hi, yeah, it's just to agree with everything that everybody's saying, and I totally agree what Julie and John were saying about we need to get our baselines across our services first. And the cyber in Ireland has really highlighted the fact that we have such variance in access to systems. Digital literacy really varies across the services and the networks. So I do think that we need to start off with a blended approach. So how do we make everything accessible for everybody, whether that's through the digital hubs or whether that's in their own homes or within hospital sites. So yeah, I think we need to get that baseline part done first, and then look at the rest and improving the networks.
Okay, and there's just a poll question has gone up there. So the question was, when will 5G be ready for telehealth? Now 6% was the answer. Within 1 year, 37%, and then in 5 years was 57%. So that was the question. When will 5G be ready for telehealth? Julie, you have your hand up there. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's just to pick up on what Frederic was saying there about, you know, starting with connectivity on site and in hospitals. You know, I think that there is a realization amongst sort of property developers more and more now that you need to build connectivity into facilities, and I think that, you know, that goes for hospital facilities as well. You know, when we're doing these upgrades and we're doing these renovations and when we're building new facilities, you know, that is the time to build these systems in, not to retrofit them afterwards. You know, we need to increasingly think about wireless when we're developing these, when we're going through the plans for these buildings. And you know, so certainly this is something that we've seen from Real Wireless perspective, sort of working with large sports venues, where they've had an appreciation for a long time that you've got huge crowds in sporting venues, and they expect good connectivity. And part of being attractive as a venue is actually investing in the connectivity early in those places. And I think that sort of transfers to other properties as well. And hospitals are definitely in that area where, when you're at the construction stage, actually thinking about where your equipment room's going to be, where are we going to house antennas, where are we going to put this equipment, how are we going to do the ducting on site, getting access to the fiber. All of that is just so much easier to do if you're doing it at the initial construction phase, and sort of build these capabilities in from the start.
Okay, and we're going to go on to the question 3, but Ashley and Frederick, you had your hands up again. Did you want to go on to that, and then we'll go to Jan Petter. So Ashley, did you want to come in there quickly again?
Yeah, no, just quickly add to Julie on the construction, also get an audio guy involved, because we actually had a new build and we had a telehealth room, and it's not fit for purpose because the echo inside it. So just to add that when you are doing your new builds.
Okay, and Frederick, and then we'll come to Jan Petter on the third question. Frederick.
Yeah, thank you very much. One thing important also is that start small with a good listenability on the use, on the medical use or professional use. I think it's essential. And one thing when REN was engaged to the 5G projects on a European point of view is that REN has got a huge ecosystem on numeric activity, on phone, telecommunication. And even though it was a very nice and favorable ecosystem, there's still controversy about the 5G systems, and especially in the current population. And the people don't understand why is always more connectivity, more power, more everything. And so we've got to pay very attention and start, I think, small, and prove that the medical use is valuable for patient point of view, for the medical point of view, and then scale up the evaluation of the technology and its use on the population. I think very important.
Okay, thanks, Frederick. So we'll go on to the third question. I'll give that to Jan Petter and then to Jerome. So Jan Petter, the third question. It's about new telehealth services and 5G, the needs and the offers. So, like, what is Telenor doing? You've seen all the presentations by Orange and Telenor this morning about the new things that are being developed: remote reality, augmented reality, ultrasound, patches, remote surgery. All of these things are in the R&D phase and in pilot phase. What do you see as the needs and offers from Telenor's point of view right now and in the immediate future?
Well, I think one of the capabilities of Telenor is that we have the research as part of our organization. We also have the traditional telco services, but we also have an integrator within our organization. And I think this is quite key now moving forward, because we want to take the experiences and the learnings that we've had from research, and we want to transfer that to our customers through innovative processes. So we're working with co-creation together with our customers, and we're seeing that the insights that we are getting into their user needs is quite significant. We use that to build trust with the health organizations. And once we have that trust, we start discussions on where should the data flow, where should they be stored, and so on. So we're actually taking the commercial services that we have as of now, but also looking into what are the capabilities that 5G will give us. And I think for this discussion, one of the really important experiences that I've made is that do not look upon 5G as another G with just faster speeds. For me, 5G is it's much more revolutionary than that. And we're looking at this robust common infrastructure that will have the 700 megahertz giving broad geographical coverage, but it's also giving the ultra reliability, because when you're treating health services, you need this ultra reliable network in the ground to gain the trust to be able to support these quite critical services. So I think for us to take some of these capabilities that we know that 5G will come with and translate that to the user cases and the needs that we're seeing now, this is really where we are exploring with our customers. And you know, we don't know which service to build until we have done this process together with the customers, and then we can start delivering the tailored services that really fits the healthcare sector well.
Okay, thanks, Jan Peter. And Jerome, how do you see it? Like, the question is, the challenge is new telehealth services, needs and offers. Do you want to give your perspective on it, please, Jerome?
Yep. Yeah. No, yeah, it's fine. Well, just to add on top of those elements, it is true as well in what I want to speak about 5G as well. Just to make it at least one point is 5G is as well a beginning, and definitely we need to give the value for customers and users to use it. And one element is so far 5G as it is today is just about, with a non-standalone version, is just about having a higher bandwidth between your antenna and your own phone, and so people actually can see it for their own services, streaming services, but it's already working pretty well with 4G. So here's just kind of questioning what's more about it. And definitely where I see a huge benefit and something will be easier is those elements that will come with the 5G standalone version was a couple of years away, especially what was the slicing part of it. And one key element is just about how to prioritize some networks or some data according to the compared to the others. I just take easy example. Working with medical and emergency services, one of the trickiest part is around the football stadium. When you have a big football match at the moment, try to have a own conversation or to send your text message, or even text messages or pictures is going to take a while and longer, just because everyone is on the antenna at the same time. And usually when you have those big gathering of people, this is where you have a higher risk of having those kind of medical emergencies. And here is just a point of, with 5G, you will actually be able to prioritize. Okay, he's calling 112 for first responders, and because he's having a call, you can actually activate his camera to have a video call to actually figure out as a witness, have a better decision for the triage and figure out what's happening. And here you could, 5G would allow you to definitely, at the network level, to prioritize this communication, because he's currently discussing with the hospital, with first responders. So please shut down all of your conversation and all their data consumption just to focus on this particular one. And this is definitely where people would see the benefit of having 5G is, okay, because a lot of carriers are coming up with the 5G as for the standalone saying, okay, we're going to have a higher quality of service. So having a higher data plan to have a better quality of service. But here for the end user, he's not always willing to pay more. He's actually wanted first to see the benefit of it. And here a clear benefit could just be making sure that all his conversation or data exchange, which is medical sensitive or of high importance, are actually being prioritized. This would definitely give a high value for everyone. This is just as a first example of how to make it for end users. And this is just as well. Technology are there, networks are coming, and here's more decision, more at the state level, just to impose maybe to the different carriers to get the slicing and to make something simple for all carriers and hospitals, to make it simple as how to prioritize those.
Okay, Jerome, thank you. So I'll roll on to the next question and give it to John. So there's kind of a few parts to this one. So it's about the maturity of the ecosystem. So I'll throw out a few questions with this. The ecosystem maturity, are the applications mature? Are the healthcare professionals ready for new applications? Service differentiation and priority, is that ready? What about the hyperscalers? Where does GDPR and patient confidentiality come in? So if you want to pick up some of those points, John, please.
Yeah, I'll try not to pick them all up because I'll be here for the next 20 minutes. But yes, yeah, I think the ecosystem maturity is a very interesting one, particularly when I think we've mentioned a couple of times that there'll be a very different approach and a very different set of needs and use cases when we're talking about exploiting the sort of private aspects of on-site deployments and controlling the network, and being able to do your own slicing and neutral hosting and everything else within a sort of site. Although obviously you need to make the business case pay in order to deploy that alongside your perfectly workable Wi-Fi. But I think there is a business case there, but that ecosystem is somewhat perhaps less mature in some ways. And I was interested by Frédéric's point when he said that's the first place we should look, and then the mobile network public access may catch up. Because I think certainly in the UK, when we've looked at some of that ecosystem, the shared spectrum aspects of it and the need to have a number of players in there and neutral hosting so that both the public can benefit as well as the clinicians, it's actually something that you sort of look at and go, that ecosystem isn't quite ready yet, certainly not from a sort of hardware and infrastructure perspective from what we've seen, because you need sort of more players in there and more options, and then sort of boil that down and understand what's there. I think the ecosystem maturity for the sort of public access side is again struggling with some of these things that we've talked about a number of times. So am I designing an application, almost using a sort of Netflix-esque type analogy where the application, the delivery of the content has to be scalable between somebody who's got brilliant fiber and somebody who's got, a copper line in the ground, and both of which can give you an experience that you still recognize. Whereas, in my experience, certainly, using 3G or something, or falling back to 3G, some applications just give up the ghost as soon as you've been there for a couple of seconds, saying, I can't operate on this. There's something wrong, the server's not responding, the application closes, and others will sort of sit there and then 5 minutes later maybe bring up what you were looking for, but still be workable, maybe not the experience that you were expecting. So I think there's different challenges within the different models of 5G. And I think both have their sort of ecosystem challenges and maturity issues. But we certainly, I would love for the ecosystem, if I was going to pick one, the ecosystem to be more mature for sort of on-site deployment, because I think that in a way that we can control the network and control the slices and the applications will be far more sort of beneficial in the future. I mean, that's a gut statement. That's not an NHS point of view, by the way, purely because if you look at the MNO model, putting everything that we've already discussed aside about the economics of rollout and MVNOs, is they'll have so many differing needs to try and deliver through slicing and adapting their networks in that public access environment. Just managing that sheer weight of demand for different use case and different needs and different features from all the different sectors and companies and segments of the public may just get unrealistic to manage through slicing, or just too complicated to manage, and therefore they need to keep themselves simple. But hopefully that answers some of the question, at least, if not all.
Okay, well, we'll go around at everybody as we close then. So Ashton, what do you think about the maturity in GDPR and hyperscalers and healthcare professionals ready for new applications? Where do you see it? You talked about digital healthcare literacy earlier. So what do you think about the maturity of the ecosystem?
Do you know, it's like that question, how long is a piece of string? It's the variance just enormous across the sites. So with the digital literacy, we did a needs assessment. Staff are willing. They're very willing. In fact, the things they're asking for, those, the training or the networks or the equipment to be able to help them to do that job. Just for me, just around the networks, I think it's the maker or breaker for us on an operations point of view. There's nothing worse than a clinician doing a call and then seeing that little twirling going on. It's enough to put them off, and we end up, that's how we end up losing staff to the sort of telehealth model. And networks, I'd just like to see more collaboration across government, health services and industry. At the moment, again, that just feels like it's been siloed. You've got the councils running out the broadband connection points, the public access, and there's not so much collaboration across that with the health service. So that's my sort of final thoughts on it.
Okay, and over to you, Frederic. What do you think about the maturity of the ecosystem, and are the healthcare providers ready for it?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that the healthcare institution will go and recognize the specificity of the 5G technique. We're pretty confident in that because we can see the first use, the first medical use, and the patient interest can be met by the technology, which is going to be mature. But now the first step is really to prove that it's got an impact, a very precise impact on the professional point of view, on the patient point of view, and within a world that we can actually see changing very quickly. And for what I see of the first experience and the experimentation that are underway in Rennes, is that we're not yet to that point. We're not yet to that point of actually proving that the 5G specificity is well recognized by the ecosystem and can be developed in a faster way. So we have to pay much attention to be very pedagogic and have a very strong scientific background there to evaluate the technology for the medical and the patient point of view. And that's the first step, I think, before getting further on from the healthcare point of view, I think.
Okay, thank you, Frederic. And then Jérôme, what do you think about the maturity of the system? So you're providing an application like our company. What do you think of the maturity of the ecosystem?
Well, I think it's definitely still at early stage. We definitely had, again, COVID as a catalyst. Things are moving. So, however, getting faster so far, as we said, we have, just to give you an insight out of the emergency services here in France, we have around 15 to 20% using it. So give you still at early stage, but definitely speeding up. So it should get better, and we always are. Speaking about Belgium or other countries around, it's more or less the same level. And I think it's just about a point where we just need to get out of early adopters to get more to mainstream. And here we are. We spoke about showing the benefit of it, return on investment. So yes, it's more about it's no longer about is this a gadget or not. It's more about okay, how is it going to cost and how much effort is it for me to actually being able to implement this. So here we're more at this kind of stage. So here we are. Everyone is actually waiting to get those proof and to get those publications showing what would benefit out of it. So here we're at this stage where we no longer at that proof of concept phase, more as a real proof of is it really worthwhile having to deploy it.
Okay, and thank you, Jérôme. And then Julie, so what do you think about the maturity of the ecosystem and all the ingredients that are inside of the applications, the needs, the ability to consume new applications? What do you think, Julie?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can kind of split the ecosystem down perhaps into three parts when you're thinking about the maturity of it. So maturity maybe of the service offerings, maturity of the devices, and then maturity of the networks. So I think, in terms of service offerings, there's certainly a lot of applications out there already which are in effect over the top services. So just healthcare applications that kind of run over existing connections that you don't need particularly a 5G connection to run. And I think there's plenty of examples of that out there already. Not just in telemedicine, but in sort of telecare and social care services as well. And we've been involved, as well as doing the sort of the business case analysis for 5G tours. We're involved in the Liverpool 5G Create project as well, which looks more at social care. I think there's a range of applications coming through there already, which some of which don't always have a very high connectivity requirement. And so I think there are a range of services that we can get started with, at least over the lower Gs, not necessarily 5G, and perhaps what Wi-Fi and fixed line connections as well. I think in terms of the device maturity, that's kind of a difficult one, because the availability of 5G modems is still relatively early days, and they can be quite expensive for integrating, particularly into medical devices, and that is something we're seeing on the Liverpool work in trying to integrate sort of 5G capability into existing telecare portals. Is still quite an expensive thing to do, and then having to go back through all those type approvals as well takes time and effort. So I think on the devices side, a lot of these devices have Wi-Fi connectivity, so perhaps having a gateway device, so it's not the most slickest of solutions in all cases on the device side, but I think we have things we can get on with. But say in terms of direct 5G connectivity is probably still a bit of a way to go. And then just on the network side, I think for in-building solutions, and certainly building networks into hospital facilities, that there is a relatively mature industry there who are used to installing sort of distributed antenna systems into facilities, into venues, not just hospitals, but into large office buildings where mobile signals don't penetrate in well, or into stadiums or into tourist venues, transport hubs, all that kind of thing. I think there's a whole wealth of experience for doing dedicated wireless installations in building locations already. So I think that there's quite a lot of expertise that can be tapped into there. We just need to engage with it and make sure we do build it into our healthcare facilities. And then, as I say, on the wider network, there is the issue there of who exactly will pay for the upgrade of those wider public area networks. And certainly from the benefits analysis that we're doing on 5G tours, a lot of the benefits of these telehealth use cases are relatively modest when you look at the budgetary savings, direct operational savings to the hospitals. But when you look at the savings to the overall healthcare budget at a national level, it becomes much more significant. And that's from things like improvements in patient outcomes, reducing readmissions to hospital, delaying a person having to go into long-term care in a care home facility, being able to stay at home for longer, and that actually it gives huge benefits at a national level. And I think that needs recognition and sort of more joined up thinking in terms of how we actually tackle this, and make sure that those wide area networks are there for this, breaking down these walls around hospitals and bringing that care out into the community.
Okay, Julie, so I'll go to Jan Petter then, the last remark about it. And we were talking, Jan Petter, about the hyperscalers and GDPR yesterday. What's your thought about the ecosystem maturity and everything that's in there with GDPR, hyperscalers, priority mechanisms, the applications? What do you see, Jan Petter? And thank you.
Well, it's not easy to give a short answer to that, but I'll try, with respect to time, to just say that we're working with hospitals that are still heavily relying on faxes and pagers in the one end of the scale. And in the other end, we have health regions in Norway working very closely together with the Natural Sciences University that are really pushing the boundaries for what is possible with the new technology. So what we're seeing from a Scandinavian perspective is that almost all digitization now is including the hyperscalers types of deliveries. And we're getting up into a lot of discussions about whether you trust the hyperscalers with sensitive data or whether you need this within the national region and so on. So a lot of discussion going on there, which I think are quite important discussions, and where we see that we can actually have a national presence that is important in terms of GDPR, Schrems 2, and all those kinds of legal questions. So I think I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the end of the panel, and we've gone a few minutes extra. So does anybody want to say a last comment before we close and move on to the next section? Does anybody want to throw anything in? Okay, well, oh, John, you have something there. Go ahead, John.
It was only a very quick one, but I think if we included a wider discussion about IoT potentially as part of the 5G ecosystem, and then maybe even things on the sort of standards roadmap like satellite integration and use of multi-SIMs, improvement of experience of multi-SIM, then there's actually a lot of other things to come from 5G and other opportunities as well. We've talked, and usually lots of conversations needs to center around faster broadband or lower latency and better reliability, but in fact there's other opportunities within that whole sort of 5G title as well that will help healthcare in the longer term, in my view. But I'll leave you with that.
Okay, John, thanks very much. And then Julie, and then Frederick, and then we close. Julie.
Yeah, I mean, just to say that I think overall this sort of rollout and the inclusion of telehealth and telemedicine, I think it needs to be looked at as kind of a marathon rather than a sprint. That it's something where we have use cases, and then there's been a whole spectrum of use cases discussed and shown today, and there's quite simple things that we can do initially, and I think just kind of having that roadmap, like Frederick was saying, that sort of start simple. And I think there is definitely low-hanging fruit out there. The pandemic has shown us that there's lots of digital applications and ways of communicating that we can already embrace with the forms of connectivity that we have already, and getting to these more ambitious levels of sort of haptic feedback for ambulance crews and so forth is sort of stretching a bit more into the future. But I think it's important to kind of have that roadmap in mind, and start simple. There's an awful lot of benefits, and certainly the analysis we've been doing shows there's an awful lot of benefits to be had, just from the more simple, straightforward use cases.
Okay, Julie, and then last word to Frederick.
Yes, thank you very much. It was very interesting. A very short anecdote from the REN perspective to end the discussion is that we engage in another H2020 project in a European point of view, and it was for autonomous vehicle, a completely different subject, not on the main theme of the healthcare institution in healthcare. It was completely different. And then we discovered that those vehicles, they can't operate without the 5G. And so it's interesting to see that outside the healthcare itself, there are so many things that are going to change, because the 5G will be a mean to go forward different system like autonomous vehicle, for example. And so we mix different themes that represent a common interest. That was a sort of originality what we discovered at that occasion.
Okay, thank you, Frederick, and thank you, John, and Jerome, and Julie, and Jan Petter's gone, and Ashlyn. So we close this panel, and I'll invite then back Per, Sofiane, and Mohammed, and then we'll have a wrap-up session. So thanks very much, and if you could come back in, Mohammed, Per, and Sofiane. Thank you, everybody. So we'll just take a 2-minute break, and then we'll change the panel. I see Per is there, and Sofiane.
Yeah, hello.
Mohammed. Okay, so let me give the first to Per. What do you think? You've heard lots of presentations, future applications, some of them coming soon and some of them coming later. You've heard a very interesting debate about the whole part of the medical side and the whole part of the ecosystem side. So Per, what did you learn today, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Donald, for giving me the opening here. Now, there's a lot of good, interesting presentations, of course, and I tried to listen in to the panels. I wasn't catching all the details, but what I see is that we are entering on the healthcare sector. I mean, communication and healthcare is a really complex matter. I mean, there are many actors, there are many we have all these existing procedures, we have all the security, and on top of that, this is going to be efficient to be able to for patient care. So I think 5G from a technical perspective, that's probably not the big problem. I mean, this will progress. Engineers, researchers will find the technical solutions. It's possible to roll them out, but the real challenge is actually the meeting point between those who are using it on all levels, and of course, people like or actors like the one I represent, an operator who is supposed to provide at least parts of these solutions. So, and that's why my colleague Jan Petter in the last panel, he was into a very important part or important issue here. That is, I mean, traditionally operators have been kind of, okay, so we do our bit, we provide whatever, we provide bandwidth, we provide telephony, we provide primary services, and we roll them out and we build to make capacity and everything. But now we really don't know what to build. So we need to enter into partnerships with the real users. So Jan Petter mentioned co-creation. So this is a really important outcome, I think, in this debate.
Okay, Per, thanks. And I'll go to Mohammed. Like, you chaired a very interesting discussion. What did you learn from the discussion that you had, and what were the key highlights for you?
I suppose the kind of recurring sort of theme that kept coming up in that discussion, which was again very inspiring discussion, was the focus on quality of care, and using these technologies to improve the quality that we provide to our patients. But then in your discussion as well, Donal, the question of, I suppose, stakeholder engagement came up as well. So it's I think that's common to any quality improvement endeavor. You need to engage the important stakeholders, and that we need to make sure that's not limited to those early adopters, the people who are already on board. So it makes you think of that that kind of influence and interest matrix. So there's going to be people who have high influence and are very interested in your project, and they're bought in, and they're a great asset to have. But you need to be aware of those I suppose people with lots of influence and no interest in your project, and you need to do your best to bring those people on board and bring them along with the idea, because they could be they could be a great detriment to the quality improvement work if you find yourself on the other side of them.
Okay, Mohammed. And Sofiane, what did you learn from listening to everything? And you had some very interesting presentation yourself at the start. So what did you learn?
Yeah, a lot of things. First of all, I agree with what Mohammed and Per has said about this need to have a more personalized connectivity and not just a cable connecting the technical parts of the infrastructure and just sending information back and forth. I agree that there is a need for a more personalized approach where the 5G or any other connectivity technology that is deployed in the interest of the stakeholders in the e-health industry to be really tailored towards their needs. And also something that was sort of a recurrent theme was, what about the data that travels the network? What about it? Where is it stored? How safe are we sharing this amount of data in a digital way, and not just with the practitioner that you have before you, but also with other actors that are in the hospital, sometimes inside an ambulance elsewhere. So this is something that will, take a lot of heat from people not really understanding what we do. But the mission here is to make sure that the data is handled with as much care as we can, in order not to fall in a dangerous place where people will no longer trust these technologies as tailored as they are towards their what we think are their needs, if we have data breaches or all sorts of things that are very common nowadays. So I think not just the technology in itself, the performance, the features that we try to bring are the essence here, but also the data that travels the network is of paramount importance due to the sensitivity of what we are doing here. So by all means, telehealth or healthcare, connected healthcare enabled by 5G or any other technology is very different and very sensitive with that regard. So this is something that I think came up with all the interventions, almost.
Yeah, and I got the same point. I maybe ask Mohammed about it. Like, the Telenor brought it up about the hyperscalers and GDPR, the hyperscalers being the big cloud computing companies from North America. And then there's a GDPR, which is about keeping the data secure, and that's the European legislation. What do you see, Mohammed, about GDPR and where the data lives and all of these things? What's your take on that point? I think it's a very important one.
I think it's very important legislation, because at the end of the day, this is all about improving the quality of care for our patients, and you need to kind of take into account those patients, I suppose, kind of their rights to their privacy and and all that. It does pose a significant challenge for us, though, in terms of how we manage this. And as we alluded to in our discussion earlier, there's we have this really high fidelity kind of technology now that we can use to see the patient's condition at the scene and relay that information to experts remotely. But if that we need to find better ways, I suppose, of circumventing or not circumventing the legislation, but kind of working within the boundaries of the legislation to make sure that when that data is recorded, it's recorded in as high fidelity as we can as well, because I suppose the human element is going to be the weak link there if we rely on kind of the subjective perceptions and just documenting from what you see at the time.
Okay, Mohammed, thank you. And what do you think about that pair? Like your colleague brought that up earlier, about the hyperscalers and then the data being local. Presumably Telenor are providing data centers in Norway for your clients, and then that you can, be the governance of that, and then that makes it all local as opposed to, through from a different continent. Like, how do you see that? Is it, do you echo what Jan Petter said?
Oh, yes, definitely. I mean, this is definitely an issue because both from, there are, as mentioned here, the more general regulatory issues regarding where the data is and what data can you convey across nation borders, for example. But it's also about let's say, who is, let's say, owning, who is the owner of the data, and how to make sure that only the owner of the data can access it. So so I feel there is an interest from the healthcare sector, but not only the healthcare sector, but also other, let's say, mission critical sectors. They want full control of their own data. So then the question is, can we as an operator provide such a hosting of data which is approved? Of course, we want to work towards that, but there might also be other models that actually the customers, in this case, for example, the hospital, is in they're self in charge of the data. They have their own data centers within their physical boundaries. But it's really an important issue, because hyperscalers, they are hyperscalers because they operate on a big scale, and of course their business model is to be efficient on providing data, storing and handling data for a lot of customers worldwide. So they might not be able to deliver on this type of scale which we see here.
Yeah, okay. Well, then we'll just have two questions. We're a bit over time, but I think we'll just keep going for another 2 or 3 minutes. Just about the two questions and the maturity. Like there was somebody brought up, I think it was Julie brought up, about the maturity. There's service offerings, networks, and devices, and then the ability to consume the services. What do you think about the maturity there, Sofiane? What do you think about the maturity of the services and the ecosystem and the devices and networks?
It will get better. This is why I think that if you take a picture of the current standards that we are using to support this kind of use cases, you see that most of them are based on an evolution of 4G, which means that the technology is mature enough for 4G. We've known that for a few years. We know what it's capable of. We are evolving slowly towards actual 5G with slicing and more features to be more performant and more suitable to these kind of use cases. In terms of maturity, I would say most of the use cases that I've seen tailored towards use cases of telehealth and healthcare in general are in experimental phase, trials, need for a short feedback loop with practitioners in order to get the technology better. But I mean, we are sort of moving on to with a lot of moving parts. Some of them are more mature than others. For example, if you take the application level, you can see a lot of maturity there, but the underlying technology that serves for the communication is not there yet, especially taking the case of millimeter wave that we used in France, which is a frequency not used in Europe, elsewhere, common in Asia and the US, but not used in Europe. So you see just how much we are cutting edge with that regard. The application is mature, the connectivity not yet. In other aspects, the opposite. So I think if you take a whole picture, you would see that there is a lot of experiments going on. If you focus on separate use cases, then you will see more maturity depending on what you consider.
Yeah, okay. And then to Mohammed, like, well, you've seen lots of different applications. What's the ability of the healthcare system to consume those over the next several years?
I think the appetite is there, definitely. I think there's going to need to be, I suppose, I can only speak from my own context, and there's going to need to be, I suppose, significant investment in the infrastructure, but also investment in the I suppose the relationship building that'll need to happen to try and bring these kind of technologies kind of into clinical practice. It's you know, I'm optimistic, like Sofiane, that I think we'll be able to kind of make this happen. I think at the moment the challenges with kind of pre-hospital services and conveyance of patients to the hospital, or kind of providing their definitive care before they get to hospital is probably the first milestone that we'll be hoping to challenge here. But yeah, no, I'm very confident that it'll expand exponentially over the next few years.
Exponentially, okay. Look forward to seeing that. That's great ambition. And Per, what do you think? You know, about the maturity, the service offerings, the devices, the networks. How do you see it? So thanks. It's going to get better. But go ahead, Per.
Yeah, it's going to be. I expect it's going to get better, of course. And I think Sofiane had a very good explanation of that as well, because for some use cases we have. I think the technology is quite ready, or the connectivity part is quite ready, but the application part has more to go, and the opposite on other cases. So in general, what we, at least the cases we pursue in 5G Heart, a few of them I think are quite advanced. So it's really on an experimental basis, and there will take quite some time until we are able to actually offer this on the commercial side. I mean, we do things on an experimental platform by tweaking and using beta versions and whatever. But on the commercial side, of course, what is rolled out needs to be stable. So it will take some time before we can realize all these things. But I also want to mention one other aspect regarding how we can, how this can go forward. And we need to, I mean, one important issue is that there is actually quite some investments that needs to be done. That is on, or the operators need to invest in the infrastructure. Hospitals and actors need to invest in their part, which is both equipment, infrastructure, procedures. I mean, a lot of work to be done. And of course, in the end, this will cost money, and it's not. I don't think we have really grasped how big this can be, and that financing can be an issue here.
Okay. Well, I'll close it on the last question, which is about agility. So in software engineering, we have agility, and we have sprints and all of these things, and it's kind of a rapid way of developing things. But my question is 5G agile, and is e-health agile? So fine. Do you think 5G is agile?
It tries to be. It tries to be, at least on the core network part of the infrastructure. So if you speak about, if you compare 4G and 5G, then 5G is definitely more agile. Agile here means that the ability of the network operator to adapt to new needs. We wouldn't be here speaking about personalized connectivity if it weren't for that agility, which is a core concept that 5G came with. So agility here definitely is personified by the slicing concept, where you can adapt to different kinds of applications with different requirements. And this is possible thanks to the fact that 5G at its core relies on cloud native technologies, meaning taking the ability that the cloud can offer you, all the performance that's promised by the cloud. 5G tries to take that and propose it to the users in something that they can sense. So agility is definitely there. If we talk about agility in the healthcare use cases, then that depends. Per has touched on to something very important that users expect to have in something that is commercial and mature, which is stability of the product. You cannot go on and propose new features to doctors where they expect to have something that they are familiar with. You cannot propose version 1 on Monday and version 2 on Tuesday and version 3 on Friday of the same application. That wouldn't be responsible with regards to the patients. So I would say that agility is something that you want if you speak about 5G, considering how different the use cases that you are going to support are. But it isn't something really that you are going to go after if you consider the application side of things, meaning the healthcare industry, where, I mean, more stability is suitable, especially in a population that is not really going on after new features every day, but something that they need for their work and something that they can rely upon as a tool for a surgeon or a cardiologist, something that they know, they can handle, and they know what to expect from it. So I would say that agility is not always suitable.
Okay, and Per, what do you think? Is 5G agile?
Yeah, I agree with Sofian that I expect 5G to be much more agile than we have seen with 4G, and that will let's say continue to be the case, because when everything is ported from hardware to software, I mean, this opens up for this agility, and an interesting, but as Sofian said, agility is can be a, let's say, a problem in a way, but because the healthcare guys, a doctor, the people working with this, they don't want agility in the sense that they need a stable solution, because they are drilled to use this to be efficient in their work. So imagine that you have, I mean, computers, smartphones today, they are updated at least every 6 months with new features, and they change the user interface. And I mean, you can't have that mindset when you develop applications for professionals and the healthcare. So you need to be conservative on the front line towards the application, but you need to be agile on the back end on how you provide it.
Okay, and I'll ask the same question a slightly different way to Mohammed. So this is about the e-health in, do you see that as agile? And I tell you that from working with the Irish Healthcare Service in the pandemic, certainly some parts of it were extremely agile. So what do you see about agility and e-health?
Yeah, so some parts, as you said, are very agile, and I think some parts are very ready for kind of, I suppose, the advent of 5G integration, and which will definitely kind of improve that agility even more. But some parts are really, really not. So I suppose systematic change is difficult, and I think there's no system that's more difficult to change or shift than some healthcare systems. So I suppose a lot of referrals between different people within the same system still happen by mail. A lot of them still happen by fax, so I think, talking about different generations of a new of a new technology, I think that's a big challenge will be to overcome that kind of cultural and systematic inertia to I suppose bring this new agile improvement and kind of bring it to bear in how we work. So yeah, some parts definitely are, but there's a long way to go for some other parts.
Okay, I think there's some questions. Jan, did you say there's questions in the that we should answer? 2 open questions. Let me see. One question: future business models. Are we really seeing new significant business models driven by 5G, or is it this is for you, Per? Or is it the same old structures as 3G and 4G driven by the mobile operators? So is it different from the previous generations, the business models? That's a question in the chat box. So
yeah,
Per, I'll ask you first.
I could comment very briefly on that question, because, well, I think we really need to look for new business models. That's the short answer.
Okay, so it's an imperative. Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's another one there. I think we all need to take a long-term view on the benefits that will come from the short-term investments needed for this transition. Okay, I think that's an agreement with something that you said, Per. So we close the event now. I want to thank Mohammed and Sofiane and Per for coming onto the last panel. I want to thank all of the panel guests on the first panel, I suppose the presenters from the European Commission and the French Ministry of Economics and from the two different projects then about presenting it. Then Mohammed had everybody from the healthcare sector and emergency departments and ambulance services. Really fascinating discussion. So thank you for doing that. And then we had the interesting discussion about the ecosystem and the business models around the ecosystem. So thanks for that. Thanks for the team in 5G Heart Project and 5G Tours Project who organized everything. And thanks to the RedSync team in the background, Jan and Lalit, who put everything together and made sure it all worked. And thanks for the team in 5G Tours and team in 5G Heart for bringing such an interesting event together. So we close now and go and have a good lunch. And thanks very much. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.